Before we get started, a big thank you to all of my supporters over on Patreon and on Twitch, with the Patreon people coming up on screen now. A big thank you to my legendary supporters, Mike, Kira, and Obi-Wan Kanzi. Thank you guys. I really very much appreciate it. If you would like to help support me and the channel, then you can head over to twitch.tv/mandatoryquest and drop a sub over there. Or you can go over to patreon.com/mandatoryquest and become a Patreon member for some early access to some videos and some behind the scenes stuff. Anyway, so today, in our Frosthaven adventures, we are doing a side scenario. We are doing 112, which is Raised by Wolves. This was from the last quest we did, actually. We got a randomized side quest, and this was the one we got. And I thought, you know, we're at a position with this party where I'm still learning the ropes, and I feel like we're going into a pretty major story beat with the Algok storyline coming up with all of our missions and things. So I felt like this is like a natural time to just, let's do a side mission. Let's try something a little bit different. We're going to be we will be leveling up to level 3 on both of our characters, whatever happens from this scenario, because of the way the prosperity is going to work out. So we will be leveling up to 3 regardless of whatever happens, but we can just have a little bit more playtime with these characters in a fairly low stakes scenario that if we fail today, I don't feel like we need to continually play and play and play. If we fail it, we fail it. That's okay. Nice and low stakes, and we can just enjoy it, right? Side scenario, exactly. Exactly, Oxy. So, I guess the first thing we need to do is that, are these missions technically, is this mission technically in Frosthaven? Or is it not? Because it is kind of in the Frosthaven region of the board. But it is outside the gates. So how much? I'm just wondering whether or not we need to do a road event. But let's double check. To be honest, I haven't done any inside. Oh no, I've done one inside Frosthaven, I think. Now I presume that we don't resolve a road event. But always worth having a little check. I should just go to the glossary, really. 12. Wow, that was way earlier in the book than I was thinking. 12. Okay, so this is a scenario that takes place within Frosthaven itself, so we do not do a road event. Okay, I thought that was the case, but I wanted to double check, because you never know, we might get some cool road event stuff. Technically it's outside the gates, but it is based in Frosthaven as per the rulebook. So that means we can go straight on to the scenario text. All right, nice. Here we go. Raised by Wolves.
You stare at your ceiling in the dead of night, the tiny howls keeping you awake. Come on, Wolfie, you think to yourself, silently pleading with the tiny pup who remains unaffected by your misery. The wolf cub you found hasn't stopped since coming home, chewing on everything, running around non-stop and howling at every sound. You know Wolfie is just as miserable as you are. You finally give in and take Wolfie for a walk outside. You wander through the streets of Frosthaven, watching Wolfie sniff around before moving to the next area, running to keep up. As you get to the border of the Outpost, Wolfie bolts through a gap in a nearby wall. Concerned, you follow. The pup leads you into a nearby field where 2 adult wolves are waiting. Their body language suggests they are not friendly, and they move protectively in front of Wolfie and growl. Could they be the wolf cub's parents? You put your hands up reflexively and kneel, trying to make yourself non-threatening. Suddenly, Wolfie bolts out from behind both of the adult wolves toward you, leaping into your arms and licking your face. That seems to be enough to calm the larger ones down, and they walk up to you and sit. As you calm Wolfie, you notice both wolves are staring off into the distance, then looking at you, then gazing off again. It's as if they want you to follow them.
Ooh.
You nod and motion for them to lead so you can help. All 3 wolves start walking in the same direction slowly, allowing you to keep pace. They lead you to a cave but stop outside. You peer inside the cave, and the largest wolf gives you a quick bark in affirmation. You head in and find it crawling with large creatures made of stone and moss, and worm-like creatures with bladed appendages. This must be the wolves' home, now overrun with unwelcome guests. Time to clean house.
Nice. Hey! Wolf cub in a treasure chest. You put that there. A bit unfortunate place to store a wolf cub, huh? Okay. Alright, I like this. Nice premise for a side scenario. Nothing too crazy, but some special rules for sure. No road event on this one. Keep up, Oxy. Unbelievable. No road event on this one. It is technically inside Frosthaven. So yeah, no road event. Special rules. The 2 hounds have twice their maximum hit point values. They are allies to you and enemies to all other monster types. Any character can lose 1 card from their hand or 2 from their discard pile to negate 1 source of damage to a hound. If either hound dies, the scenario is lost. Oh, cool, so I should give them blue bases then. It's kind of weird why they don't show blue bases in the artwork, but... Blue bases. Oh, I guess it's because one of them is an elite, right? So it's kind of a little bit awkward. Because then you would know which one is the elite and which one isn't. Oh, I mean, I guess I already know, right? Yeah, it's fine. I know because it's on my app. My app tells me which one's the elite one. All right, battle goes. So the scenario goals for this one is complete when all enemies in it are dead. At the end of that round, read 30.3. When door 1 is opened, read 97.1. So a classic kill all enemies with wolves as our allies. That's kind of neat. I guess the... is there any, like, scary enemies here, though? I mean, Burrowing Blades have 3 shield, but then the Hounds have Pierce, right? I think they have Pierce. Maybe on one of their cards they have Pierce? I swear I thought they had Pierce. The Elite Burrowing Blades also got Wound, which is pretty scary, but it's only got 6 health, so hopefully we can kill it. Thank God that I took the Pyroclast perk here. Because this scenario would be pretty damn hard if the wolves kept deciding to walk into hazardous terrain. That would be pretty miserable. What's that? Oh, that's accidentally a challenge has somehow gotten into the shuffle. Give it one more shuffle. Okay, so Pyroclasts. You have the choice of Specialist, Mugger, or Executioner. Kill an undamaged enemy with a single attack action. I think it's the attack action part of that is probably the hard thing for me. Because most of my attack actions, like some of them are quite powerful though. I think I've got that Pierce one, right? Melted armor can be an attack 4 with Pierce 3. I mean, I guess I still have to draw a +2. I mean, yeah, that's pretty stuff. That's like my best attack as well. The other enemies in this scenario are Chaos Demons at a certain point. I have no idea how we're going to deal with them. But either way, Executioner seems a bit rubbish to me. I think we won't take Executioner. Mugger, kill an enemy and loot the loot token it drops in the same round. I mean, that seems really easy. You just kill them and walk onto the loot, right? Specialist, never perform a basic action. Oh, actually, to be fair, Specialist might be pretty doable on this character. I have a feeling that most of our cards are actually pretty usable tops and bottoms. It's probably fairly rare that we would actually do. Let's take Specialist. It feels like a fairly easy 2-tick. Okay. Hive. We have Duelist, Pauper, and Bastion. So Duelist, never exit a hex adjacent to an enemy except through forced movement. It's going to be pretty hard with Transfer. Because Transfer is always going to kind of encourage us to zip around. Pauper, never collect a loot token from end of turn looting. No, never doing that. Occupy a door hex adjacent to 2 or more enemies at the end of... That's not going to happen either. Well, I guess we're going Duelist then. Kind of made our mind up for this. We are playing a bit more of a ranged build, so maybe we can just kind of leverage that a little bit. Okay. We're going to have to shuffle these challenges a little bit now because I accidentally revealed one. Oh, I shouldn't really do that, should I? I've done it now. I should have just put that one somewhere in the middle half of the pack because I shouldn't be getting challenges I've already passed over. Hungover. Increase all character initiative values by 10. Ooh, spicy. Hello. That's a fun one. Because in certain situations, you don't really care. It might actually be good. I mean, that's going to make it...
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
I mean, against Earth Demons, that's not a problem. But against Burrowing Blades and against Chaos Demons, I don't know. Like, our initiative is so bad on the Pyroclast to begin with. I mean, our initiative is actually pretty decent on the on Prism. That's an interesting one. I mean, my worry here would be that maybe my wolves get kind of beaten up a little bit by us having very bad initiative the entire time. I don't know though, this one feels pretty doable. If only I had Boots of Speed, because Boots of Speed would be the perfect counter here, right? Yeah, I think I'm gonna try it. Yeah. It's risky though, but then I guess this is a fairly low stakes scenario anyway, right? What I would like to do though is maybe change up a few of my cards on Prism. So we'll accept the challenge. We'll do it, but I think I might look at my cards actually for both. It's probably a good idea to look at both. There are a few like abilities that I just felt a bit meh about. So like, I feel like Aimed Assault actually just doesn't do what I really want. It's a very low impact ability, I think. And the mode is not great either. So I feel like this is what I can kind of comfortably swap out. And I'm thinking like we bring in something like Shocking Pulse maybe. Because obviously the Pierce is going to be pretty good against the Burrowing Blades and also against the Earth Demons. Or not, oh no, Earth Demons don't have shield, right? Do they get, no, they have an ability card that might give them shield though, I think. So I guess potentially they could have shield. Seems all right. I don't really use this, so, and this would be a pretty decent mode to occasionally like go into. Feels like it would be. The other thing I was thinking is maybe we bring in the tank. You know, it's got a shield. It's gonna eat some damage. Could be quite useful for when our wolves are being attacked as well. But if I wanted to bring that in, I would probably have to take out the Leaper maybe. But the Leaper is so important. No, I don't think I will. I think this is a simple change. Just make this change. And like one summon for one summon seems like a fair way of doing it. I don't want to overload my hand with too many. Chucky Pulse summon's pretty great. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. Maybe not for every scenario, but certainly for this one, it looks like it could be quite good. Just have to make sure that it doesn't die on me or something, you know? And I might take a little look at the Pyroclasts as well, just to ensure that we are not doing anything stupid. Could maybe play Metamorphic Rock. Seems pretty legit. In terms of improving our initiative, I guess I could bring in Force of Earth. It's another early initiative. Might be worth it. At 15. And the attack isn't that bad. And quite good against stuff with shield. What were the cards that I didn't really feel that good about? I felt like Cloud of Ash was surprisingly not very good. Quenched Rage also surprisingly did not do as much as I thought. Maybe it's just a little bit too much. I think maybe I get rid of Quenched Rage for Force of the Earth. This sounds really good, but I just couldn't get it to work. But again, maybe it's just me playing bad for, you know, the first time trying the character. Wildfire just seems decent, so we'll keep that. Cooling seems like a necessary evil. Yeah, maybe Cloud of Ash for Metamorphic Rock. Yeah, let's just try it. I mean, again, very low stakes, isn't it? So, let's try it. I feel like I could probably just burn Metamorphic Rock on the first turn and it'll be fine. Our lives will be fine. Okay. Good, so the challenge accepted. We are good to go. So first turn then. I mean, the Burrowing Blade is the obvious sort of scary enemy here with a lot of like wound potential. Like wound on one of the wolves is just going to be an absolute nightmare for me. I think I have some targeted heals though, but they're not great. It would be really difficult for me actually. I would have to get the repair drone out and then somehow instigate a way to get that heal to go off. It would be a little bit tricky. Cool. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Does the hive have a name already? No, we have not. I'm not giving them a name yet. Got to earn the name, I guess. So what's going to be our first mode? What's going to be our first mode? I guess Shocking Pulse is not a bad one. -1 to our attack, but +5 Pierce is just pretty excellent, really. We could probably go for a very early... an attempt on a very early kill on the Burrowing Blade, which is like the very risky thing here. Let's see either that or the repair drone. I think we start with the arc generator. Alright, so that's going to give us 2. Reminds you of Chappie? Chappie, yeah, Chappie's a good one. I think he looks like a Gundam, personally. I don't know what the names of the Gundams were, but to me... Right, so now we got PS5, so we should really go for pretty nice attack here on them straight away. We've also got to be a bit aware of our... Where can we start? I can kind of start down there, though. I think it's probably where I want to be. Yeah, I think so. Thing is, you kind of want to go late. on the very first turn with the Hive. Because you don't really want to... Or do I want to launch the Jackal Mech? No, I think I'm okay to like launch the repair drone. I think repair drone's going to be really, really strong in this one. We'll go as a... Wow. Remember that all of our initiatives are increased by 10, so... It's a little bit scary, but I felt like as long as I go, maybe... I guess I want to go early on the Burrowing Blade, though. Nah, this is fine. Let's just do what we need to do. It just feels like I can't really... I need a setup turn, which is always a little bit awkward on this character. Like, you always want to do Lava Bomb on the first turn, really. I just feel like I want to push them into hazardous terrain. Maybe I just need to do a little bit of a bad turn here and just kind of let it roll. Maybe use the bottom of Wildfire. I don't love it, but... I feel like I'm probably going to get in trouble. I should remember to add 10, shouldn't I, here, when I enter them. That will make it a lot easier. So just add 10 every time when I enter them. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling that the hounds are going to run off and do shenanigans, right? This was my kind of worry. So number 6 is the elite. So they're going to go first. They're moving for 5. They are going to target the Burrowing Blade. So it's going to go straight into the Burrowing Blade's face. 1, 2, 3. And it is going to attack them for 3. What? 6? Okay. Yeah, these wolves are angry, chat. They're angry. That'll do 3 damage. They do have 3 shields. Wow. Not too shabby.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Not too shabby. You're going to go 1, 2. And you will attack him for 2. Gloomhaven giveth, and Gloomhaven taketh away. Such is the life of Gloomhaven. And now Frosthaven. Okay, well, we've peaked already on the first turn. Good job, House. Who shuffled? Right. Pyroclast. Okay. I was kind of hoping that they at least would have been, but I guess not. What are these guys doing? They're moving potentially for 2 to an attack of 3. That's a little bit scary. The Burrowing Blade is attacking furthest away, but it's going to target all enemies occupying or adjacent to hexes entered during the move ability. That's a bit of a problem. because that is going to absolutely hit the wolf. But it's okay, we're launching the... It's fine. We're launching the healing mech. The healing drone. We'll move 4 here. We will wound the burrowing blade. And therefore ourselves in the process as well. Then we'll lava bomb targeting this guy, I think. So a simple attack 2, range 3. Oh, wrong deck. Oops. Four. Okay. 4 damage. Create fire. I guess he's going to consume it anyway to make earth. That kind of sucks. Yeah, we end up not getting the fire. That kind of blows. But that is 4 damage to you, Earth Demon. Okay. What's going on with the decks? What, the attack modifier decks? I accidentally drew from the Hive, but I'm about to attack with the Hive, so we'll just leave that out, and we'll just use that as our modifier for the Hive. But the there's some I found like the app is lagging quite a lot at the moment, and I don't know if it's me or the system. What I've noticed is that Secretariat, I don't know what's going on with them. They're adding lots of new stuff, which is great to see. But I've noticed that over time that they have been adding more and more features. The app is, or the web app, you know, I shouldn't call it an app because it's kind of like a web page really. It's like a web app. But it seems to be getting consistently slower over time. And like, you used to be able to restart it and open it up and that would kind of speed it back up again. But it's just not functioning at the speed it was originally. Like before it was like a breeze to use. Now it's starting to become a bit of a burden. I hope that they iron it out. But I kind of get that feeling that maybe they're just adding more and more stuff. And it's just making it like the web page going slower and slower and slower because it's just got lots more stuff going on. I don't know. But, you know, there's some nice added quality of life things that they have done, which are really appreciative. I am really appreciative of what they're doing. But to me, it's like, if it's not optimized well and it doesn't run fast and it becomes an issue, then I will look at a different app. Like, because to me, that is the biggest thing. I don't need this to be an all singing, all dancing app that has a campaign tracker, all of this other stuff in it. I personally don't need that. I just need a slick way to manage my combat. And if this app slows down loads because of that, because of all of the extra stuff that they're adding into it, then I'll be using a different app. Like, that's just, you know, my personal thing. Oh, you mean the crits and the misses? Well, that was just, yeah, I think that's just random. Weird, but random. But yeah, in terms of like the app, you know, it's in recent weeks, it's become considerably slower. See, it's like now I'm pressing it and it's like it's taking a little bit longer. It's not going like, it's not as responsive. I don't know if it's my phone, but I don't think it is. It shouldn't be. Okay, so it's gonna go like this. So it's gonna do an attack 2 on Hive first and foremost. See, like I press it once, it doesn't do anything. I have to press it a second time. And maybe that's because they put some sort of fail safe in to stop you from accidentally drawing. I don't know. But here's this dangerous wound. And then they're going to attack the wolf. +1. So that's going to do 3 damage to this and a wound, which is obviously a bit scary. I don't mind it. I feel like we'll be able to get around it with our next turn. But yeah, that's kind of a little bit scary. Okay. So we take a point of damage on our hive. What I'll do is I'll also make these summons so that we know we've got them up. So first off, we'll do... I guess the thing is at the moment we have -1 to all of our attacks, right? So we're just going to get a draw, basically. Which kind of sucks, but I mean, it is what it is. Let's go 1, 2. And we'll do an attack 1. Which I guess does no damage to the Earth Demon. Because we already drew a card. That's a little bit cheesy, but yeah. I mean, I was going to do that regardless. That was always my plan there. And then launch pod onto the Burrowing Blade. So we have attack 2, pierce 5. Ooh. So 1 damage, but that's enough. 1 damage, it gets it done right with the wound. It's all good. Then play 1 card from our hand to perform a summon action of the card as if you were occupying in a hex occupied by the target of the attack ability. So we will play our repair drone. I don't want to let the damage get out of hand too quickly here. So we'll play our repair drone and we will play it here. That's going to get us 2 XP. And we play the repair drone. Nice. Wolf for our friends? Yeah, wolf for our friends. Doesn't the wolf have retaliate? Yes, the wolf does have retaliate. But considering, because this is like he's not within retaliate range, right? Even though the attack was melee, it's like one of these awkward melee abilities that isn't explicitly ranged. It is definitely a melee attack, but it is kind of ranged. So it moved 5, it moved here, then it performed its attacks. So I would say they're out of retaliate range. So I don't think retaliate happens here. You always envisioned it doing the attacks as it went. Yes, I think that's where the confusion can sometimes come in, Dan, because thematically you are absolutely correct. Thematically, that's the theme of it. But if you read the card, it does the move action, then it does the attacks afterwards. So mechanically, it doesn't function in that way, but that is absolutely the thematic intention of the ability. And that's where you sometimes get a bit of a disconnect between, like, theme and mechanics, right? Just a little kind of disconnect there. But yeah, you're totally right. It's burrowing down, going out and doing damage to people as it goes, 100%. Okay, so that was Hive. Hive's good. Let's go Earth Demons. So I wanted to kind of distract here a little bit so this wolf didn't get hit too much. So it's just going to go here because I don't think there's any orientation that they can really do to get them both in here. No, I don't think so. So it's just going to be, it's going to be an attack of 3 on the Pyro. 3. And it's going to consume that fire to make earth, which, you know, is an element we can still use, so it's not that bad. Then this guy is going to be able to do both of us. So attacking the wolf first. It's going to attack the wolf for 2. 4, I guess. Jesus. But it is going to take retaliate damage. This is pretty bad, actually, because I don't have any targeted heals, I don't think. Apart from... Like, I don't have any other targeted heals. Did I have any that I could have bought in? I don't think I even had any I could bought in, right? Like, this team is just not very good at this. No, that's a heal self. That's a heal self. Yep. Basically, this party is going to have a very rough time at keeping these wolves alive, huh? I don't think there's anything here either. So any multi-target attacks are really going to do me in. Yeah. Nothing there either. How crazy. Huh? He's not attacking everyone, just the bleed is in the area. I don't know about that. Because that would be a separate item. I don't think I agree with that. Because then you would have a line that would split the attack too. Because the target is part of it. It's targeting that amount of people, right? It's doing an attack 2, targeting all enemies occupying or adjacent textures entered during the move ability. I mean, I guess it's in a separate box, so maybe it's because it's... Maybe that's it, because it's an optional ability? It is in a separate box, which could be the difference maker here. I guess it wouldn't be in a box if it would... I mean, yeah, I guess it wouldn't be in a box if it was targeting. I actually don't like sometimes the way that they've changed the way that they kind of write abilities on cards anymore. Yep. They've given a bad example in the book. Well, I say a bad example. It might be a perfect example. So the example that they use here is Call of Doom on the Deathwalker. which is an attack 1, and then you have the same iconography, and it says target all adjacent enemies. The problem that we have with this though is that the wound is kind of targeted at the, like the wound should be probably on the attack, not on the, in the box, because that's what's confusing. If the wound symbol here was actually on the attack, I think it would be fairly clear. But because the wound symbol is actually in the box, it makes it sound like you wound just those people, right? But these are supposed to be pretty scary enemies. Did I fail the hive battle call? Oh shoot, you're right. Guess I did. I didn't even think about it. I completely just, I zoned out because I kind of had a turn in my mind. Oh well. Good start. I just didn't even think about it. This is one of the curses of playing solo, I'm afraid. You tend to forget battle goals and stuff like that. I can't get these freaking cards out of this stupid insert. I don't know what it is. Are they alphabetical? Nope, because that would be too easy. I'm going to leave it as is. I'm just going to make a house call. I can't be bothered to look into it anymore. But let's just say that there's a specific ability in the rulebook that does look like it would count. So guess who has 2 thumbs and was too engrossed in Tears of the King to remember the stream? How you doing, Dwarf? My girlfriend's also similarly hooked. I don't think she's put her Switch down since Friday. I haven't seen her without it in her hands since Friday. Okay. Let's just toss that now anyway and get rid of that. Okay. I've completely lost where I was now. That was it, right? He had to take a point of retaliate damage, which I think I've done already, have I? Yeah. So he's on 11. That was it. That was like the whole thing. Oh no, ×2 against... I need to draw a card against my hive. That was what I was trying to do. Completely derailed there. 1 damage, 2. Good. Next round. All right, so yeah, like that was like not a very good start. Like we've ended up getting wound on like most of our figures, which is not an ideal position to be in. Well, I want to go early here, but I don't want to go too early. I don't want the Burrowing Blade to just get a free go off. I want my summons to actually attack something else. That would be good. But also I feel like transferring here is probably a pretty good idea because I don't need that pierce anymore myself. So probably a good idea to go for a transfer. Also, wouldn't mind getting that heal. But then also I kind of want to heal them, so... we'll be okay. I will go for 19, so that means we have to go for 29 because of the way that this challenge is going to screw us over, most likely. The challenge that seems easy and simple, but will actually be our undoing, most likely. And Pyro. We've got a nice push opportunity onto that terrain, at least now, which is pretty good. Unfortunately, fire has been taken away from us, which really kind of sucks. Really need to kind of lock him on that terrain. That would be... Yeah, that would kind of work. That would be 2 away. That would also be 2. Yeah, that would kind of work. We could go for a little Force of the Earth action. Try and trigger that terrain twice. This could be a nice interaction. Didn't think about this before, but this could be a really nice interaction here. Also allows us to steal the earth away from them, which is, well, looks like it is actually going to be pretty useful here. So first off, we will consume the earth to do the bottom of liquid stone. So I don't want to move here, but I do want to push him for 3 and earn myself an XP. So we're going to push him 1, 2, 3. Which is going to trigger the hazardous terrain, so he's going to take 2 damage from that. 1, 2. Ideal. Then we will use Force of the Earth, so we'll attack him for 1. Oh, he's too far away now. I guess I push him there. Make sure I don't make him too far away. And then we do Force of the Earth, so we'll attack him for 1. 1, 2, 3. Nice. 2, 3. And then again, pull for 2. 1. We'll do just 1 this time. Because then he's trapped on it. Seems good. So then he's going to take 2 from that. There you go. Now we're playing Pyro, chat. Now we're playing Pyro. Maybe Force of the Earth was the missing link. Question: Death or melee attack is as if you are occupying a shadow hex is affected by a retaliate. So remember that retaliate is a ranged based ability in that sense that, like, if it just says retaliate, it cares about where the figure is, not necessarily where the attack is coming from. Does that make sense? So when it says from a shadow and you attack everything adjacent, your figure is not adjacent though. You're like superimposing the effect. Retaliate cares about where the figure is. So, I mean, I don't, that's how I've always thought of it anyway. And how I've always played it. So if something, like for example, if it had ranged retaliate and your figure would be within that range, with or without that shadow, then you would take the retaliate, right? It's about where your figure is, not necessarily about where the attack is coming from. Does that make sense? I've always played it that way. And I'm pretty sure that's kind of correct. Beetle, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Adventuring Party, my friend. Good to have you here. I appreciate you using your Amazon Prime sub here. I hope you're doing awesome. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome to the Adventuring Party. Cool. All right. Well, that was a really good turn, actually, on the Pyroclast. So good job, Pyroclast. There you go. Thanks, Dan. And that would apply to like any of those types of effects, right? Similarly, why like when we did the attack, whether or not we should have done the attack is whatever. But similarly, why this didn't get retaliate damage from that. Similar reasoning. Okay, so now it's on to our friends here. So the arcing generator, it doesn't go. But the repair drone does. Unfortunately, the repair drone is going to target this. There's nothing we can really do about that. So it's going to move here because it is ranged. So it's just going to attack for 1. You never know. Maybe it could get rid of a dud card. There you go, dud card. But then it's going to do a heal 1, target 3. And it will do the figure who has currently lost the most amount of health. Which I think is probably my hive right now, actually. 4. Yeah. 3. That's a tie. So ties, initiative win. I think it's the hive, yeah. Or it'll be proximity, probably. So yeah, hive. Well, it's nice. We get rid of that. I don't feel like I need to necessarily transfer straight into it again now. So that's good. Unfortunately, my my transfer though doesn't quite work how I wanted now though. I'll just do a default move 2 on the bottom here, I think. And we'll use long range missile and we'll just attack the elite because we might as well just kind of pile some damage into the elite here. +2. That is 5. What a good turn for attack modifiers. Oh, sorry, -1 because of the arcing generator. All right, so heal 4. 3, 4. Took a little bit of damage. Burrowing Blade is dead. And then it's wolf time. So this wolfie, 1, 2, 3, go up here. It's going to attack for 4. That will be 2. And this one is going to attack for 3. 2. Not so good on those. Okay. Next round. So I've got that guy right where I want him. But he is only on 5 health, but I guess it would be... I mean, it's just an easy... It should be an easy kill here. Cannot use default actions, unfortunately, though. So we'll go as early as we kind of can. I mean, the wolf might finish them off for us. I guess the thing is, this doesn't really do anything if it does, but... I mean, it kind of is what it is, I think, with this character at the moment. I want to try and get these double tick. It's a good hedge, regardless. It'll do something. If the wolf doesn't finish them off. Don't really like this turn over here, but I guess the thing is I don't really want to swap into the repair drone because I really want the repair drone to go and heal the wounds off of everybody. So I'm like in a weird position where I don't really want to transfer. I guess I can go like 26, see if this does enough. How much health does this guy have? 10? Ugh. It's not going to be enough. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Well, 26, good enough to go first, I guess. Right, repair drone. We'll do, is that 1 damage? 1 damage. To this Earth Demon. And then we'll do a heal. This time it will target this. Because it's missing the most amount of health. So that's nice. 1 health on that ally there. I'll do remote control here. And give my summon another attack. So they're going to be attacking for 2 this time, and I'll get 1 XP. 1. Oh, wrong person. 1. We gain an XP. And then grant 2 of my summons move 3. I guess I just want them like in range here. To get that wound off of that elite. Okay, so that is Hive done and dusted for now. Pyro's looking a little bit grim. We'll move 1, making a hazardous terrain tile behind us. We'll probably destroy that for wildfire action before we go into the next room. Then we're going to use melted armor, so it's going to be an attack 3, add +1 attack, and pierce 3, and gain 1 XP if the target is occupying hazardous terrain, which they are. We'll gain that XP. We will make fire, and we will flip. That is 3 damage. That's not so good. That's really not so good, because now we're going to have to take an attack of 3, and we're wounded. That's not so good. Oh, I guess I could have used the spyglass, couldn't I? I should have used the spyglass. I should have. I'm going to be long resting anyway. I should have used the spyglass. I mean, it still might not do it. There you go. Such is life. All right then. I guess we got to dodge an attack then. Come on, wolves. You had like one time. All right, let's go attack for 3. Ooh. Not too shabby. Never in doubt. Regular. These guys might just be dead though. I'll probably lose because the wolves die. If anything, I lose because the wolves die. And this will be the cause of that, because I can't weave my initiative well enough. I guess if I was smart there, I probably should have like not moved the summon, and I probably should have just engaged there. That's my bad. Okay, so the elite's gonna go first. It's gonna attack for 2. Gets the kill. Then it's gonna move up to 3. And then it's, yeah, can't attack anymore. Regular is gonna do probably 2 attack ones here. 1, nothing. Oh, times 2. That's right, it's gonna be shuffle anyway. So 2 damage. All right, next round. Yeah, these guys are looking a little bit worse for wear. I'm not too happy about that, but I'm not quite sure what more I can do. I guess I just probably do a big heal and then... we just kind of, yeah, I think on the pyro, I just do a big heal here. We just kind of chill out. Try and get up to a good amount of health before we go into the next room. Very nervous here about our drones. I can go pretty early here on our drones, our wolves. I can go pretty early on my hive. So that should hopefully get it done. But it's just a bit rubbish. It's just a little bit rubbish, really. We go 22. Here we're going 85 even. I've got to remember to add the 10. Okay. Okay, Hound's going first. So the elite is going to attack for 5 here. That'll be 4. Then we have the regular hound. Gets it done. Sorry, gotta move there. Okay. So Hive's turn, summons don't do anything, but we can do a heal. That heal is gonna go onto this one, which is nice. So at least remove that wound on that hound. So at least I got the wounds off the hounds, but yeah, it was not a very good room. Hopefully future rooms will be a little bit better. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting one. Oh, I want to do some end of turn looting here, but this is going to be kind of hard. Because I really want to reassemble too. Oh man. I guess I could reassemble first, couldn't I? Yeah, I could reassemble first. So let's play, we'll play reassemble. So transfer. Yep. Instead of placing your previous mode's card standee on the map as your summon, move that card to your discard pile. So it just gives us some extra stamina, which is nice. And then I was just going to move two. Just so I can grab this bit of loot here, I think. Like, our movement's pretty decent. And I've got really good range on this character too. The only problem is that basically I don't get a heal off on the hounds. Or it would only be like one heal anyway. So what do we get loot-wise? Give me the loot. Gold. Gold's okay. We can make it work. I need hide is what I need on the hive right now, I believe. Pyro. Pyro, we're just going to do a big heal 5 self. I'm not going to do anything with the top. But we're going to do a big heal 5. And that's going to go into our active area. Okay, so this means that on our next 3 move abilities, though, we get -1 move. Kind of blows. Well, that's our pyro. Right, so next turn. So we've cleared the room pretty well. I want to try and get a little bit more loot. I think on the pyro, I have the option to here. So that's what we will do. Hive can long rest. Pyro can go for 30 here. We're not going to open the door or anything, so the wolves are just going to chill out. So for the pyro, we are going to... Yeah, we'll do this. So move the character token on one of your persistent abilities forward 1 space. And then move 3. Well, move 2 because of that. And we'll just go here and we'll get this loot. And top doesn't do anything. Have I tried any solo missions during Frosthaven yet? Yes, I've tried every solo mission for every character I've played so far. So I've played Drifter, Deathwalker, Trap, and Kelp. Ooh, big gold. Big money. So Hive's going to get heal 2 from the long rest, but also heal 2 from the drone. So we're back up to full health. Nice. Arcing Generator actually can kind of just go away now because it's fully gone. So we need to get rid of a card. I think in the next room we can push it a little bit more with our Hive. Maybe get like another very aggressive summon out. Kind of played that one quite cautious. I feel good about trying to do something a bit better. I think maybe Reassemble would be fine to get rid of. Like we got value, we got like 1 turn's worth of value out of Reassemble, and that to me seems quite good. Although the bottom is basically we basically get a free summon, sort of. It's quite strong. It's actually very strong. Remote control? Nah. Probably high impact projectiles, actually. Oh no, that's a really good initiative, though. Dang it. So many good options. I hate that, like, a lot of the time in Frosthaven, you've got so many, like, just good cards that it's so difficult to try and burn cards to rests. When you have these characters whose, like, hand is so tightly woven, and if anything, that's maybe a little bit of a knock on Frosthaven's characters, if anything. They're almost so well designed and so well put together that it can often be like really difficult to decide what cards to get rid of on rests. Because every card has like a really good use. But we've cleared the first room and we didn't lose any summons. So Reassemble probably becomes less good. But the thing with Reassemble is it does immediately allow me to have an incredibly powerful Hunter-Killer turn or something. But, I mean, we're playing 2-player. Maybe that's going to never come up. Let's get rid of Reassemble. It also doesn't have any XP on it. Decision made. You love that part, though? You think the classes are just so much fun? You like that there are costs to losing cards other than pure stamina? Yeah, but it also means that, put it this way. If you've got a character who has a very optimized hand, right? You have a very low card count to begin with, right? I'm thinking if the Trapper is a good example here, although the Trapper has a lot of cards that kind of do similar things, but if you're a character that has a very tight hand, and it's a fairly small hand, then you're only ever going to play that character, like, let's say, like, properly full 1 rest cycle, right? Then every rest cycle you go, you're going to be getting rid of a card. You're going to be kind of like, that engine is going to be slimming down. So by having like, engines that take, instead of an engine taking 2 cards, the engine is taking 4 cards, right? Like, oh yeah, I play this on this turn, these 2 cards together, then the next I always play these. Like, by doing that, you're inherently making it so like, right, well, it has to be some of these. Do you know what I mean? It makes the competition for cards very difficult to decide what to get rid of, because you're always like, oh, but if I play this, then this, then this, that works really, really well. But if I play this, this, and this, and then you get into like, well, what do I do? And none of the outcomes are particularly satisfying for you, because regardless of what's happening, you're going to have to shed a card. So one of those like cool things is going to have to go away. It's just like an observation. Whereas in Gloomhaven, for the most part, most of the characters didn't have, like, you must play this, this, and this. Like, for the most part, it was like, you play this card, and then maybe on the next turn you play this. But there was, you know, you could quite comfortably, even on some of the lower card hands, I mean, they were still pretty hard on some of the lower, smaller hand size characters, but, you know, for the most part, you could probably go, yeah, I'll get rid of this because this card is functionally better in a few different ways. Whereas because, like, Frosthaven's got all of the cards do something kind of different to each other or have a reason to keep for different scenarios or different situations, that becomes much harder, I think. Which is, yeah, I mean, you can see that as a benefit. You could also just see it as being a little bit like analysis paralysis, right? Whereas you could be very comfortable to say, yeah, I'll get rid of a card. In Frosthaven, every time you come to short rest, it's like, or long rest, sorry, not short rest. Short rest is random, you don't get a choice. Maybe you should just short rest, maybe that's the answer. Then you don't have to agonize over it, right? Okay, so that was that turn. I think I'm gonna long rest on the Pyro here. Just so I can get rid of this and also reset the Spyglass. I think it might be a nice idea to move towards the door here. Or maybe not. I could just wait. I wouldn't mind swapping into something else. We could get the Leaper out and just transfer into the Leaper. Problem is that the Leaper is our best move, so I don't really feel like adding jump to anything right now is that good. If I was going to play anything, what would I play? I guess I could just play the Arcing Generator, couldn't I? Or we could play Jackal Mech. Yeah, let's just play Jackal Mech. Hey Totox. Definitely more analysis priority than Frosthaven if you're prone to that, but you'd take that trade-off for each of the cards being good and interesting. Yeah, no, I don't think it's necessarily like a hugely bad thing. It's just an interesting, like... It's just an interesting difference between Frosthaven and Gloomhaven. Then I do agree, there was probably too many cards that were just like not very good and just kind of a bit too situational in Gloomhaven, especially some of the X cards. You would look at it and you're like, why would I ever play that? I very rarely come into that situation in Frosthaven. Every character that I've played so far, their hand has felt tight and every card kind of necessary or good in some way. But like, as everyone like as famous, I don't know if Mark Rosewater said it. Did Mark Rosewater say it? I think he probably did. Either Mark Rosewater said it, or what's his name? Who also made it? Richard Garfield said, I think he said, I'm probably butchering the quote, and this is probably very much just paraphrasing the quote. But in order for there to be good cards, there must be bad cards. Right? I don't know if that's probably not the direct quote, but the sentiment's there. Which is that, like, when they designed Magic the Gathering, right? In order for players to be able to go, that's a good card, there kind of has to be, you have to have cards that are bad by comparison, right? There has to be some level of that. And when you get everything being in that middle ground area, it becomes very hard for players to like feel really good about playing something or have that kind of variance, right? Without evil, there can be no good. Yeah, kind of same thing, right? It's the yin and yang type like sentiment that like how am I supposed to know that an ability is really good if it doesn't like outpace other things or there isn't any bad things to then compare it to? And I feel like Frosthaven, for the most part, has managed to kind of get everything up to a good level, and then you get a couple of cards that are great. There's not many cards that are below that. But you kind of have this kind of thing where most of the cards are good, pretty much all of the cards are good, at least. And then you have like a couple of standout cards on each character, which are kind of like, gives you those kind of hints as to be like, oh yeah, this is your class mechanic topper, or this is like, you know, the goal to shoot for type thing. Right, so we're just gonna go for a little move 2, and we will play the Jackal Mech straight out in front of us. No messing. We're not launching anybody. So that's gonna give us 2 XP. Bro's gonna heal up, that goes away. That comes back. You played this scenario yesterday, although with Prism and Trap. Nice. Well, I mean, I thematically quite like this scenario. And also it's kind of nice to play one that is just a bit of a, you know, kill all the enemy style scenario. It's kind of nice. I still haven't really got things going with the Meteor yet, and I don't know if it's just because of the ordering of my cards, probably. I just like, I'm getting in this weird place where I kind of feel like, yeah, it should be fairly simple to get hazardous terrain out and then they step on it, right? It's not like I'm doing anything crazy different. I've done it with the Trapper, so why can't I do it here? But it's just like the putting it underneath them and then they walk off of it, it's kind of like throwing me off. And also, like, I kind of want to put it underneath me, because a lot of my abilities are like, if you are on hazardous terrain, gain this benefit. But of course, I'm not placing it underneath me. I'm placing it underneath enemies who are further away. And then if they stay on it, then I'm not on it. And I need more than one. And really, I need Flowing Fire to actually come off. And I haven't had a good Flowing Fire yet, where it's actually felt really, really good. I might use Igneous Path, though, in the next room. The next room, I can see the map layout, not like the enemies and stuff, but I can see the tile. And the tile is a big, long corridor. So generally speaking, something like this could work really, really well on a big, long corridor. So I think maybe I get rid of Metamorphic Rock. I think I could probably do without it now. It would have been cool to play a bit tanky, but it also makes Earth, which is obviously an element that the Earth Demons actually want. So we'll just cut it. We didn't end up playing it, and yeah, something's got to give. Right. Next round. Oh yeah, I need to put the Jackal up. So ideally here, I want the Pyroclast to go first. That's the big thing here. Pyroclast first. I think I'll probably use Lava Bomb for just its movement here to give me a little bit more interplay if I need it. Go from there. Your Prism went full range build was pretty cool. I felt like that's probably the angle that I'm going to take as well, because it also seems to combo a bit better with Pyro. Because if I'm putting loads of hazardous terrain round and the enemy is gonna kind of like, I should in theory be able to control the enemy a little bit, where then they're gonna try to avoid it. So with that control, I felt like it's better to go ranged, right? Because then you can just sort of sit behind it and just attack things. Like, the ultimate goal here is to do like a tower defense build where we just Like, it would be really fun in a scenario where there's one room and I could just like summon a bunch of the turrets in the middle of the room and we could just sit there and like bunker down. I think that would be kind of cool. When we will come across a scenario like that, I'm sure. So we have to go over 10, so that's going to be 28. I just hope that the hounds, to be honest, I hope that the hounds go before 28. Maybe I should orchestrate this in a better way. I don't want the hounds walking in there. I don't think I can really do it though. I think I have to go something like this. It's fine. We'll see how it goes. Do I really want to do that actually? Probably not. I probably want to go for late initiative here actually, don't I? Yeah, we'll just go for long range missile. It's like pretty safe. We'll just go for like 82. Yeah, so that means I could go, so that would be 92. And that means I could probably go 63 here. And let's hope that that does the business. Okay, wolves go early. Good. Good doggies. Right. So pyro, we're gonna go boa. 1, 2, 3. Open sesame. Okay. 97.1. Let's get the foreteller up. 97.1.
You notice a section of the wall that has recently crumbled, leaving a gap you can fit through. A narrow corridor stretches before you, and you can make out the figures of several dark winged creatures covered in tentacles.
Arachnosis. Why did it have to be Chaos Demons? Always Chaos Demons, everyone. Oh, okay. Interesting. Ooh. Some hazardous terrain in this one. Or is that a trap? I think it's hazardous terrain. Okay. So we need 078. I'll probably just push everything along. 7. 7. Chaos Demons are not your favorite. If they are, if they're in a bad mood and they go really super early on you, like this, I feel like this could be very risky for us now. It wasn't so much before, but now I'm starting to think, yeah, going 10 late every time. They could just one-shot one of the wolves and then it's just game over, really. I can burn a card instead of them dying though, so I do have that option. So, you know, we're not necessarily completely screwed. I can probably angle this right about there now, because we're not going to be going much further back in this scenario, I would think. Was that a... It was the slot. Pow. We need a boulder. Let's pinch that boulder. And then we need water. A lot of water, actually. Gonna go to the gym. We'll still be here. Have fun at the gym. I'm actually, I'm gonna get myself over to the gym, I think, later this week for the first time in a long time. There's a gym around the corner from me. Been kind of interested in getting a membership for the longest time, and I've just put it off, and I just feel like I need to just go and do it. I've really since my ACL injury, I mean, I've started rehab on it, which is nice, going to physio and stuff. But I just feel like without having the gym membership and somewhere to go, that'll give me like a really nice kind of like emphasis to go somewhere every day and rehab it. So I'm going to, yeah, I want to try and sort that out this week. So I think I'll probably see if I can, as you say, there's a gym around the corner from me. I'm going to see if I can drop by and maybe sign up this week. 240 pounds, most of that need to go. Hey man, everyone's on their own journey, man, you know? Like I'm probably the heaviest I've been in the last like 5 years, I think, probably. It's just a combination of my ACL and a combination of COVID, like just like all of the gyms closing anyway. I just really fell hard onto old habits that I used to have like back in school, you know, where it was just like, you know, just eating bad, not really caring about like what I eat or drink or anything like that. I've sort of fallen back into those bad older habits that I used to have. So I was in a really good routine with my gym. I was in a really good routine with my, you know, playing, training and playing football. I was in a really good routine with that. So kind of annoyed that I've let it kind of slip again, and I've got to this point. So something needs to be done. We can keep each other honest, Banker. You know, you can let me know how you're doing. I can let you know how I'm doing. We can motivate each other. You're probably also at the heaviest you've been. Yeah, I don't know if I'm like at the max heaviest I've ever been, because I was like really big when I was in, when I was probably about, I think I was probably the heaviest I've ever really probably been is when I was about 18, 19. Then I was like really heavy. But then I like got on a health kick and I lost a bunch of weight in my early 20s. And then I kind of came home, I let myself go a bit again, but then I got into it again, and I kind of like, I'm really bad. I'm like a flip-flopper. So Totox, feel free to join me in Banker if you want. We can make it like a little, we can support each other, you know? We can make it a little community like effort. But I've always struggled with my weight. I've always struggled with my weight. Mainly because of the hobbies that I choose as well, right? If your main hobby is like sitting down, as well as your job is also sitting down, it's very easy to fall into bad habits. It's like so super simple and so easy. I'll probably put the Pyroclast stuff up here, right? I think because this is fine. I need more access to the to Prism stuff. More levers to pull. You see that up there? Probably, maybe. Yeah, the main thing is like, for me with exercise and stuff is just to like get back up on the horse, you know? I've always like, it's about like finding the routine and just like nailing the routine. And like, I often like use little excuses because I stream as well. So It's very easy for me to be like, oh, I don't really have time because I've got to go to stream, and then I'll come back and I'll stream. And it's like, I could just push my stream back half an hour and probably sneak in gym. So it's just one of those things where I'm like, oh, but I gotta get back to stream. And sometimes I work late, and if I work late, then I won't get to the gym on time, and then that will throw my whole night out. So there's like little things, like little excuses that I kind of make up along the way, which I need to kind of get out of those bad habits. And just being like, no, this is where I need to be at this time, and that is important to me, and I do it on the days that I say I'm gonna do it, right? It's like, oh. We got 2 regular Earth Demons. Right at the front as well, which is a little bit scary. The Chaos Demons at the back though, so at least we don't have to worry about them. 1 and 3. Nope, that is definitely not number 3. Okay. And then Elite Demon. Back Demon. At least there's no burrowing blades. That's nice. And with this, at least he can't fly, right? Chaos Demons don't fly. Can't get across that. It's going to take him a little bit of time. They do have a good amount of move, though. Okay, good. So we've got 1 movement left, and obviously our other card is Igneous Path, which is actually going to work really nicely here. It's going to fill this room up very quick. I'm thinking that I probably drop back a hex here, and we go 1, 2, 3, 4. So then we get 2 figures, we get 2 XP, we do 3 damage to those guys, and we get a nice amount of, I mean, importantly, we get some here, which means that they're going to have to move through it if they wanted to come towards us. I feel like that's a really good play here. So we'll do that. So we'll move back 1, and we'll use Igneous Path. And we will drop ourselves down a big load of hazardous terrain. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is going to do 3 damage and 2 XP. Igneous Path reminds me a lot of Eclipse on the Deathwalker. Like Eclipse is kind of like sometimes a card you just need to burn to get going. Igneous Path is kind of similar, except it actually does damage and has like more of an immediate effect. Eclipse is just like put a bunch of shadows down, have a good next turn. Whereas like Igneous Path is like, yeah, you can do something pretty good this turn. Like it's still a pretty powerful ability on its own, and it enables you a lot for the next couple of turns. So like, I felt like maybe I should be playing this a little bit more aggressively than I have been, because honestly, like now, look at how much there is there. I'm gonna have so much interaction with being able to push or pull them or whatever it is that I need to do to be able to interact with the hazardous terrain. Whereas before it's like, oh yeah, I've got like 1 or 2. It's like really difficult to kind of get them going. So it does remind me a bunch actually of Eclipse in that way. It feels very much like an engine starter type card actually. Okay, so Chaos Demons need to go now. So they are going to move 4. They're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess. 1, 2, yeah. 1, 2, 3, yeah, I'll do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Range 2, they don't have it, thank God. Because that would be pretty bloody brutal if they had done that. Earth Demon is kind of interesting. So let's do them in order. So number 1 is going to go like 1, 2, I guess. And then number 3 is going to go also 1, 2, and not do an attack, right? Because it's going to want to avoid going through as much hazardous terrain as possible. So this way it only has to go through 1. So it will just go 1, 2 to avoid this. You're probably overly careful with lost cards. I definitely am. To my detriment, I definitely am. I think that's partly some habits that I've picked up over playing like on increased difficulty on digital. Because a lot of that is just playing the efficiency engine of I need to keep cards in my hand for as long as possible, because it's kind of like an attrition game. You know, the enemy's health has gone up. So you know that, okay, usually I would need to play like so many rounds, right, to kill this many enemies. But if the health of the enemies keeps going up, then you know you need to play more and more rounds. So you just need to kind of keep it going. Like you can't like magic more damage out of thin air. You need to just play more cards. Or play Strengthen and draw your ×2 a bunch, I guess. But, you know, you know that you're just going to need to have more stamina. So you're very lost card averse, unless it's going to do something really impactful to like speed up the clock of the scenario. Or it's a core mechanic that you need to burn. So, but yeah, I think I am also probably too loss averse in general, because of how many thousands of hours I've played of Gloomhaven on increased difficulty. It's also a matter of number of players. Yeah, to some degree, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you are, you know, if you've got like a player who is very good with their stamina, and perhaps their character doesn't revolve around burns, and they can operate really cleanly and efficiently without burning cards, then that does grant another player maybe the opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive. So yeah, there is definitely some of that. I don't feel like you can just go absolutely crazy, because if you die halfway through a scenario, that's going to make it significantly harder for your team, because you're still going to have enough enemies for 4 players in the final rooms. You're not going to stop having the number of enemies because one person is exhausted. So you still have to be a bit careful, but yeah, I do think, like, I do agree that having a larger player count may afford some freedom to some characters to burn cards. When playing Gemini, you wouldn't use like any lost actions for the first few scenarios, or attempts rather, but you learned before you learned how to play it. Meanwhile, you had a Blink Blade that would consistently exhaust in Room 2. Room 2 is maybe a little bit too soon, I would say. Maybe like beginning of Room 3 is kind of okay. I mean, I'm guessing you're talking about like a standard scenario length for like 3 rooms. I would say that that's probably a little bit on the far side. Right, Hive time. Here comes the Jackal Mech. Boom. So Jackal Mech is going to do an attack of 2 on number 1. Two damage. And a wound. Also, I would heal too, but that's fine. Now we're looking at Hive. I have to be quite careful here. Does the Chaos Demon have shield? No, it has innate muddle, but it can gain shield. I think I want to separate myself with the Chaos Demon here a little bit. Like, I think it's a good idea to go after the Chaos Demon because it is a scary enemy. It is so scary. We'll attack for 3 here. Nice, 4. Nice turn. That actually worked out really well for us. Hey, Silver. How's it going, buddy? How goes the fight? Pretty well. This is our second outing with these new characters. And I feel like I'm starting, you know, touch wood. I feel like I'm starting to get to grips with them a little bit better. But they're pretty tough. How goes your campaign? Shouldn't the second Earth Demon have gone through the hazardous terrain so it could attack? No, right? Because it would try to minimize the amount of... Like, if it had an infinite amount of movement, it will always try to go the route that would deal the least amount of damage, right? It would go the route where it would take the least amount of damage, even if it means it couldn't reach its attack, which would be not going through it. So it won't go through it until the very last minute, because it could go and then through. This way, it would have to go through 2. It would have to go 1, 2, and take 2 hits of hazardous terrain damage, which it wouldn't want to do, because that's taking an extra hazardous terrain damage that it wouldn't normally need to take. So instead, it will go here, because it will, with an infinite amount of movement, take less damage by only entering 1 hazardous terrain hex. So that was why that kind of happened. So it was basically saying, if I go this way, I only get hit by 1 hazardous terrain. If I go that way, I get hit by 2. So it was prioritizing the path with the least amount of damage. You just completed the second quest for the voice. It was tough. It's a good quest line though. I like that quest line a lot. That's awesome. How do I like the new characters too? The new characters are, I'm starting to warm to them. Kind of pun intended with the Pyroclast. I'm starting to warm to them. Although they are, I would say both of them are pretty complex. I mean, Prism's very complex. Pyro's less so. If I wasn't playing like Prism with Pyro, I would probably be able to give Pyro a little bit more love. But like Prism takes a lot of my mental capacity at the moment. Once I get better, then I'll be able to kind of like, you know, shortcut a few things. Okay, you thought it prioritized making the attack. No, it won't. It'll always try and do the path of least amount of damage. Which is why, like, traps... It's why I think trap is underrated, because it's actually a very good control character. Because it has the ability to basically just wall off large amounts of routes to just force enemies to do really inefficient things. You know, it was generally true, but couldn't remember the ordering of priorities. Right, yeah. Yeah, it feels a little bit weird when they could physically perform an attack, right? It's quite easy to like get it when they're like, yeah, okay, they would take this route when moving towards you. But when they're actually like, okay, that movement would allow them to create an attack or do an attack. That's when, yeah, I can see, like, it gets like, oh, okay, the enemy's still going to prioritize not getting hurt, even though they could get hurt and do a, you know, an attack that would maybe be bad for the players. It's like, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, the enemy is very stupid and easy to trick in that way. Oh yeah, definitely Toe Talks, for sure. See you, Shocky. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Good to see you. See you again next time. Yeah, Silver, you need to invite me again so I can play some more Gloomhaven with you. I had a lot of fun. That was really a fun time. I feel like I have a spicy turn coming up on my Prism, which I'm quite keen to try out, but I'm also very nervous that it could completely backfire. I actually have a really good Reaper function here that I am very tempted to do. Really, really tempted. There's something you need to clarify about a monster move. If a monster is rooms away and its ability makes it move, if it can't reach you melee or range, does it still move? You feel like in the rulebook it said they don't have a focus, they don't move or attack. Right, so the way that that works is, and I just had a sort of a similar situation there, but a little bit different. But essentially, if an enemy has a legal hex that they could move to with an unlimited amount of movement, forget what's on the card, but if they have a hex that, if in theory they had unlimited movement and they could move to and perform their action from, then they will move towards that hex. However route it may take them towards that hex. They will always, if it's a long route that they have to take because they're trying to avoid traps or hazardous terrain or obstacles or anything like that, then they will do a snaking long route. But if you can pinpoint a hex and say, if they had a limited amount of movement and they could attack me from this hex here, then they will move. Now, if, for example, they can't move because, like, for example, their amount of movement wouldn't be able to kind of get them through blocked hexes, right? So let's say you had a situation where, you had these two together like this, and, you know, let's say that this was an enemy here. If this had, like, move 1, it cannot get, unfortunately anyway, it would want to go here because it could perform its attack. Or here, I guess. This is about, ignore this. Say I'm not here. I'm not there. So let's say it had move 1, right? It wants to get here, but unfortunately, there's no way because it's being blocked for it to get there. It wouldn't move back because that is technically now further away or the same distance away. So also, an enemy will not move further away through that course of the movement either. So it wouldn't go here because that would then make it like, oh, it's the same distance away. All that we did is orchestrate a way for it to take damage on hazardous terrain. That wouldn't happen. So it would just stay where it is because it's like one movement doesn't get me any closer. So I'm just going to stay there. But hopefully that kind of makes sense. I did do a video on the subject. There's a video I did on YouTube called the Ultimate Monster AI Guide. I think is what it's called. Something along those lines. Or Ultimate Monster AI Guide, I think I did for Gloomhaven. If you check that video out, I use examples in the video and show you examples of how it works. But essentially, hopefully that kind of gives you the summary of it all. It does. You've been playing it right. It was like, am I playing this wrong? Yeah. Well, yeah. The number one rule of Gloomhaven and Frosthaven has always been, if you're not playing a rule wrong, then you are clearly not playing Gloomhaven. Because there are so many rules that we all forget, and we all play something slightly wonky somewhere, or you move something somewhere where you shouldn't do. But the good thing about the game is that it's kind of robust enough that if you make a few errors here or there, for the most part, you're not going to ruin your experience, make it too easy or make it too hard, as long as you don't get something majorly wrong. Yeah, mistakes will happen, do your best and try to correct it. Yeah, of course. Like if you know that you made a mistake later, then that's fine. But I would, and like in Frosthaven, it's specifically in the rulebook. I'm not sure if it did say it in Gloomhaven, but at the front of the Frosthaven rulebook anyway, it always says like, if in doubt, just rule it. Thematically, the best way that you think as players it should sit, you know? If you can't find a rule or you're a little bit unsure, just thematically rule it how you want, you know? Gloomhaven, you think, did the same thing. Yeah, I think there was a line at the front of the manual too. If it was in the book, Isaac, yeah, it's always been the spirit of the game, for sure. There's a good monster movement quiz program somewhere, but I don't remember what it was called. I think it was on Reddit, wasn't it? There was a monster... It's either on Reddit or Boardgame Geek. But yeah, that's like a good way of testing your knowledge on Monster Focus, for sure. Right, anyway, this turn, I've got a really interesting turn. Let's put everything back where it's supposed to be. So... My only worry is that my healing drone might be under attack if I do this. And I really do not want to lose the repair drone. The repair drone is great. Actually great. But this is also an excellent turn, like ridiculously good. Oh, I think I can do it maybe with the bottom of launch pod. I'm just a bit concerned that the Chaos Demons are going to cause me a big problem. Let's just try it. This is such a fun turn that I feel like it's worth the risk. This is going to be a fun turn, so it's worth the risk in my opinion. I have fire finally. Now would be a good time to use flowing fire. I've got a nice bit of reach, maybe. It's going to be hard, though, to get over there. See me get absolutely destroyed here. This is kind of spicy. Okay, what's going on here? Number 6 is the elite, right? So it's gonna move 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and it is going to attack for 5. Ah! Oh, he was here? Oh, thanks, Zephon. Good call. Dev's emote used. Hey, no problem, Silver. Thanks again, buddy, for dropping by, and yeah. It'd be awesome to play some Gloomhaven with you again sometime. Okay, so that's going to be an attack of 5. It's very close to dying, isn't it? This one's going to move 4. So this is a good example, like as what Silver was saying. So obviously with 4 movement, 1, 2, 3, 4, like, you know, it's awkwardly not like 5, because then it would be a good example. But essentially, it's going to try and attack this. It's going to try and get to this hex, right? This is the focus hex. This is where it's going to want to go. This is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Get as close to that hex as possible. All right. Hive. So repair drone does nothing right now, but the jackal is going to go, and it's going to attack this one again. This actually might not work out as good as I thought. Oh no, it's still going to work out pretty good. Yeah, it's going to work out pretty good. So it's going to attack for 2 with wound. Did that draw? God, take my eye off the screen for 2 seconds. No. +1, dead. 3. Don't know why it's allowing me to continue to go on, but there you go. It's dead. Goodbye. So that's the jackal. So now it's Hive's turn. What's the Chaos Demon doing? It's attacking for 5. That's pretty bad, I guess, if it attacks the... This is what I wanted to do, because I thought it would be really fun. I was going to transfer into the jackal, attack for 2, then potentially stay in it, and or I was going to transfer out and attack for 2 if this thing was still alive again. So I didn't have the jackal downside. Seemed pretty cool. But now I'm a little bit concerned that this attack 5, you know, against this hound is going to be a big problem. Also, unfortunately, I've kind of been screwed a little bit here by the hound movement, because now they're taking up my hazardous terrain hexes, which is not really what I wanted. I could launch another thing at it, but if I do that, then I'm basically sacrificing something, which I probably don't really want to do. I could put the jackal mech there, couldn't I? Or actually, I've got this, right? I do have my robes. I do have my robes. So what if I was to change out of repair drone? If I was to move to transfer, launch pod, or launch pod, move to transfer would also be okay. And then the repair drone is kind of like, it is what it is. It's either that or I just face tank this Chaos Demon for 5, which is also probably a reasonable thing to do here. Just feels bad because everything's not fallen well for the Pyroclast again. But okay. Sort of is what it is, isn't it, really? So I should probably attack for 3. I should just face tank this, realistically. I've got to heal 2 every round. I've got 9 health. I'd have to get very unlucky here. And if they were to draw ×2 against one of these, then it's sort of bad enough anyway. Yeah, let's just do Launch Pod and attack for 3. And I'll choose not to play a card. Okay. So 2. And then I think I'm just going to have to go here to just block this up. Unfortunately. Got to protect the wolves. That sucks. Again, this is another example of how, like, sometimes you have a really cool turn in your mind's eye in Frosthaven, but ultimately it's not the play that will help you win. I've noticed that a few times too, where you, like, because the character's like, oh, I can do this really cool thing, but the scenarios and the way you have to play them and some of the enemies, it's like, yeah, they don't really respect your time to be able to do that. Sometimes you just have to do that. Sometimes, you know, you just have to go for them. There's Hive, so Pyro. It's a bit of an awkward one, really. I think I'm just going to go and get that loot, to be perfectly honest. And then I guess I will use Cooling just to get an XP. I need some kind of rubble. Actually, do I want to do that? Because it creates Earth and it's going to immobilize everything. At range 2. So that means like Jackal Mech and everything will also be... Yeah, but then they're not going to be able to get through anyway. Because I'm blocking it up, so... I think it's worth it for 1 XP. It's only going to be a round, and these guys are just going to want to attack this anyway, so what does it really matter? I guess the smart play here would be not to do it, because I know that by going back to town, I'm going to automatically level up to 3 anyway. But let's play it how I probably would play it. Alright, he's going to heal himself for 4. No. And obviously everyone is immobilized like crazy. So you gotta say, Howland's being immobilized, not the end of the world. All of the rest of my characters being immobilized, maybe more of an issue. Small issue. Kind of a little bit scary. Okay. Next round. Oh, Chaos Demon, sorry. Chaos Demon's going to attack for 5 on the Hive, right? And create every element. And a model, I think. Wasn't it? Okay. Oh, quite a long round, that one. Right, so we've got everything we could possibly want. Kind of. Yeah, a little bit of a dud turn here, huh? What can I do on my hive? That's kind of like the important one here. I guess I can go pretty early. Well, I say pretty early, 42. It's not that early, I guess. It's a little bit scary here with kind of the enemies in hand, but... I mean, there's not much I can do except for long rest, so... This Chaos Demon could draw its, what is it, 1 or 2? It could draw its 2, and... Might be a little bit of a problem. A little bit. We could go for a Force of the Earth turn here, though. Yeah, not really what I was looking for. Yeah, that might... Oh, actually, I don't know. That might be okay. We might get away with it. We might get away with it. We might have to burn a card here. We'll see how this goes. Anyway, hounds go first. They are all immobilized, but that means this one can still go. So it's going to attack for 3 and immobilize itself. Well, immobilize on the demon. +2. Hello. Not bad. So that is 3, 4, 5. Immobilize. Nice turn. And unfortunately, our other hound friend can't do anything, so it's going to chill there. Chaos Demon is going to step back to do this ranged attack. And it's going to attack for 4, and it's also going to consume that to give itself shield 2 for the round. Okay, well, here goes nothing, I guess. Yeah, that's a burn, unfortunately. Goodbye, shocking arcing generator. Alas, we knew you well. I had a feeling something like that might happen. This Chaos Demon is not a nice friend. He's not a good friend. So let's see what we should do with the Pyro. So Pyro, I was thinking we could use the bottom of Melted Armor for the first time. Haven't done that yet. Seems like a good idea. So that is all attacks targeting the gain +1 attack, but all of my next 3 attacks also add +1. And we'll just do a simple Force of the Earth attack here on the Earth Demon. So it's going to be an attack of 2 with Muddle. It's healing itself again, huh? And it's going to be immobilizing everyone again. It's kind of crazy. All right, so boop. That is 2 damage. And a muddle. And I can't pull it. Well, I guess, oh, actually I could pull it. I could pull it through here like this. Oh, no, I can't, because it would have to be pulled through the enemy ally. No, I can't pull it. Actually, to be honest, I wouldn't want to pull it anyway, because I want to get an attack off here with the wound. And it's going to apply all of that lovely immobilize again to everybody. Which is a little bit frustrating because we could really do with these guys ganging up. It really screws my Pyro because then I have absolutely nothing to do. So I'm going to heal myself up for 2 at the beginning of my turn with my healing drone. Sorry, before I do that, the Jackal should go. So Jackal. +0. So that is an attack of 2 with wound. Then I was going to grant... actually, should I do this first? Yeah, probably. Oh, no, I shouldn't do it first. Because he moved away. We'll do remote control. So we'll do an attack 1. Attack +1. So attack 2 + 1, so that's 3. Nada. We're doing an XP though. Then I think I'm going to transfer here. Do a loot 1, but nothing happens there. Cool. Yep, we're all good. Okay, next round. I'm going to long rest on my hive. Now, the benefit of long resting is that I have, whenever I long rest, I may choose to do so on any initiative value, choosing your initiative after all ability cards have been revealed. And you decide how your summons perform their abilities for the round. So, I don't know how this interacts with this. I mean, I guess I would choose -10? I don't really know. Can you choose negative numbers for initiative? That's like definitely an FAQ type question. Pyro is kind of screwed because there's not much we can do because we're just sat here like, Yep. We can set wildfire up, but that's about it. I guess I can go late and hope that maybe flowing fire or something comes in. How would that happen though? It would have to be like here. This is never going to happen. All right, maybe I'll just use wildfire top. I really don't like this turn, but kind of has to be what it has to be. Okay, so I can choose to go any initiative I want really on the hive here. So the hounds are immobilized, so I feel like I may as well go after the hounds here. But before the chaos demon. So let's just like insert ourselves like 30. Let's just insert ourselves middle order here. So hounds will go first. So they're going to attack for, this one's going to attack for 3, 4, 5. You would think no, that I can't have negative initiative numbers. I agree, it does sound a bit cheesy. It does seem a little bit wrong. So that's 6. Ooh. Okay, well, unfortunately, my repair drone is going to attack the Earth Demon, unfortunately, here, because of the initiative tie. -1. Well, does no damage, so... But we'll do a heal one at range 3. Who's lost the most amount of health? Probably... 6, 7, 8, 9. Probably the elite. Oof. Yeah, definitely. Oof. And then, of course, I take 2 damage from the Jackal Mech, but I'm long resting, so I also recover 2. So it's a no gain play. I think I'll just get rid of Reaper function. I think it's just too much. I keep trying it, but every time it's just not the right time. Oh, sorry, the Jackal Mech would go for... no, so Jackal Mech's on me, isn't it? Yeah. Forgot about the Jackal Mech there. Okay. So Chaos Demon is going to go here and attack the repair drone for 5 with Muddle. Here's hoping that they draw a miss here. They've got 3 health. I'm kind of hoping that we can get out away from this with the Warden's robes. Red. Oh. 4. 3, 2. You have to press each of them individually on the card. It's like no different than doing it anywhere else then, huh? And it muddles the drone as well. Get out of there, drone! This long rest with Jackal mode is a problem. No, I mean, like, I was okay for that because I needed something to tank the front this round, so this worked out okay. We'll be able to heal up. I'm not too concerned about our health, really, right now. I'm more concerned about this very alive Chaos Demon and the fact that we've just been immobilized so much that we have struggled to do pretty much anything. Right, so I'm going to use Wildfire here to destroy one adjacent hazardous terrain. That is going to add 3, on our next 3 attacks, we get to add Wound, Poison, and Create Fire. And then our other card, we're just going to do nothing with. So that's Pyro. Earth Demon's going to die to its Wound. So again, like, I felt like I had a really good opening with the Pyro for this room, but then it's just kind of like just all happened outside of the Pyro's control. And I'm wondering if this is going to be a bit of a running theme with this character, which maybe would have been a good reason to play Snowflake, because if I had Snowflake, they would have comboed really well together and both of the classes would have felt equally important and useful. Whereas at the moment, it feels like Pyro is very much like one step off the beat. Like, it's just like one... Like, this is just like one step behind everything else that's going on. Like, oh yeah, I make my hazardous terrain. Oh yeah, but the enemies move off of it and now they're disappeared somewhere different. Oh, right, so now I can't actually use it. No. Or like, you know, the Hive swoops in and like does a really good attack or damage or something and an enemy dies. It's like, oh, I was going to kill that with my push. Oh, well, sorry, it's dead. You know, it kind of feels like I'm like just like one step behind. And the Deathwalker felt similar because it's kind of like you waste that time, you got that turn, try and get going, and then, oh. You know, like Deathwalker Drifter, sometimes the Deathwalker felt amazing, certain scenarios, but other scenarios it was like Drifter just walking in, hitting things for 5. What can you do? So, yeah. You're hitting the guy for 5. Cool. Yeah, I will play a Shadow, and then next turn I'll hit them for 5. Like, okay. Well, they're dead, though, because I've hit them for 5 twice. You know, I've now done 10 damage, and you've done 5. Okay. I guess we got to try and save this summon. Pyro needs a long rest, man. The problem I have is that I'm kind of gumming up the board massively here. There is no path through. Putting that obstacle there was maybe a bad idea. I could have put it there. And it would have at least left a bit of a path, but I've done it now. Happened far too many turns ago. I could short rest maybe on Pyro. Nah, long resting's just better. And I keep Wildfire up. I've got hardly any cards in my hand. I just long rest. Okay, that was good. We got a little bit lucky there. I felt like I needed just a little bit of luck there. So I'm kind of happy about that. Okay, so the repair drone's gonna go. Let's zip it back this way. It is gonna attack for 1. It is muddled though, right? I believe it is, yeah. I mean, it's 2 damage, whichever way you look at it. Okay. And then it's going to heal 1 to probably still this one, right? It's missing 4. Oh, this is missing 6. It definitely heals here. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Am I doing the heal rules wrong again? Hang on. I might have just kind of... It's closest, but then in a tie? No, it's not. It's the enemy... Man, let's read the rule book. Where's it put the rule book? Monster turn. Yep. The monster heals itself or an ally within the specified range. It always targets monster within range that has the greatest difference. No, I've been doing it right. We're good. Whew, just good to double check that. Okay, good. So that's repair drone done. Jackal's there. So I'm going to take 2 points of damage from Jackal. Holy crap, it's gonna Bane. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, I might kill it before it banes, but if I miss, or if the hound misses, this is bad juju. There is no miss, do or do not. Okay, just spam light, okay. All right, well, we long range missile. We're gonna attack for 3. I mean, I don't really know what else to do. I have to just, we've just got to kill it. He's got to just not draw a minus. There's literally nothing else to it. I was going to transfer. Take 2 damage, but then heal 2. I mean, I guess I can burn a card, right? I can burn a card if they take critical damage. Right, come on. I believe in you, Mr. Wolf. Attack for 4. Let's go. 4. No red. Oh. Oh. Scary times. Okay. Whew. Pyros, love and life. Although we're a little bit low on cards. I guess I'll probably discard this for sure. Do I keep Wildfire up? Guess so. I'm a little bit scared now because I don't actually have a very good like I don't really have any good cards left on the Pyro. I mean, I have fine cards, but they all require quite a bit of setup now. I guess I could always just play Wildfire again, couldn't I? And then move. Yeah, I should take Wildfire back because realistically, I can just play it again. And that would give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, it's 7 cards versus 6 cards. It's the same difference, really. But I can use that as one of my downturn things in a minute. Okay. Oh, we got there. Right, onwards and upwards. Into the final room. Annoying thing is these hounds are just going to stay put, aren't they? They are just going to stay put. Well, actually, technically, he's going to move one step closer to me, right? Oh, actually, that would be fine. I could do that, couldn't I? And then do that myself on the next turn. Yeah, sure. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, that's good too. So I'll be 26 and there'll be 30. Hounds don't do anything. Repair drone doesn't do anything, but it will do a heal. So that's missing 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 5. Oh, sorry, I haven't got the drone out. Sorry, it's the jackal. Jackal doesn't do anything. Jackal can take one step closer to me because there's no focus. So then it's Argo on the hive. So I will grant 2 of my summons up to move 3 with jump. And we won't do anything with the other. We obviously heal as well too from the repair drone, which is nice. On our way back up to full health. Okay, that's hive done. Pyro, we'll use wildfire. And then we will use this as a move 6, and we're gonna have to take some damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we take 1 damage. Yep, end of round. $92, we'll just move up. Pyro. We'll just move up. I'm a little bit concerned about whatever's in this next room because we have kind of tapped ourselves out a little bit here. So hopefully we can kind of get away with it. Nothing. We heal up for 2. Jackal doesn't do anything. We leave it there for now. Hive is just going to move forward with jump. 4. Okay. So Hive can long rest. Again, it's just, we're getting low on cards. Hive is really low now. Well, I say really low. We got 5, so we'll be going down to 4. So we're two-handed, basically. That's really rough. For a final room. And this final room is probably pretty big. We just misjudged our stamina, I think, in this scenario, maybe. Did I have to burn a card at some point to damage? I did, didn't I? Yeah, 1. I should have maybe kept reassemble as well as a way to just kind of keep getting stuff back a little bit, but maybe now is a good time to just open the door and kind of see what's going on. I could open the door and just jump backwards. And we could just jam the door. Might be okay. The problem is I don't really have a good turn without giving up my battle goal here. Which I don't really want to do. Especially considering having this, which is quite good. I could always, I say I could always short rest. I can't always short rest. I think I might have to give up the specialist battle goal, chat. I think unfortunately for me, I really just need to do a default move 2 here. Get onto the door, see what all the fuss is about, and kind of get cracking, because otherwise I just feel like I'm wasting so much time. Is a short rest worth it? For potentially 2 ticks. I guess it kind of is, but it's risky. Well, I know that I'm not that fussed about completing this scenario, to be honest. Like, if we win, that's great. Of course, we're going to try and win, but I don't mind if I lose particularly, seeing as it's a side scenario and we're still learning the characters, so. I could short rest, open the door, potentially get a nice wound, poison, and fire going. I would get flowing fire back into hand as well, potentially. Well, I'll go into my discard first, then into hand. I would need to make sure that I lose, well, I mean, ideally, Force of the Earth, really. So it would be a short rest at the end of my last round, I guess, wouldn't it? So, yeah. Yeah, let's just do it. We'll worry about that later. Let's just try and, you know, I want to try and actually get something going here. Wildfire's there as well. I'll leave it out so that I've actually got it to trigger. But I just feel like this scenario is slipping away from me stamina-wise, especially if the next room has got a crazy amount of enemies in it. Liquid Stone. That's the card that we need, so we'll have to take a point of damage to not get rid of that. Oh, Flowing Fire. Gee, Christ. Okay. Well. Didn't manage to hit the one that we wanted. But you know, now we have potentially a 2-tick battle goal. Yay! Draw. It's annoying that the hounds don't go after. I would have loved the hounds to go after. Okay, so Pyro's gonna go. Okay. Yeah, this is like brutal time now. Right, move 3, 1. Let's open this up. This hex is so warped. 156.2.
A small whine from Wolfie at your side helps to urge you forward. You move further through the corridor and finally find the nest for these demons. You draw your weapon, ready to evict some unwanted residents.
Oh my lord. Nah, we ain't doing this one, chat. There is no way we're doing this final room. Jeez. Alright, good attempts. This final room's horrible. Look at it. What is this? We got 2 elite chaos demons, 2 regular burrowing blades. That is one hard scenario, I have to say. Right, let's move some stuff around a little bit. Just can't believe it. Like, I mean, I kind of figured that the last room would still be pretty tough. You know, this scenario's been, I think if we were playing like a different party and we weren't learning and everything, I felt like this scenario would actually have been like fairly straightforward so far. Like if we were playing Trapper and I feel like we'd been fine. Trapper and Kelp, we would have been fine in this scenario, so don't feel like it's actually a particularly hard scenario. It's just more of a case of I still haven't quite got to grips with these guys yet. Okay. How's that looking? Hey, not bad. Should be able to remove this other tiles shortly. Once the this wolf moves off of it. It's been stuck there for so long. I have got some nice little tricks up my sleeve still though, right? Still got the Major Frenzy Potion. There's still got a couple of ways we can just kill them in like a single turn. So if we can just kill them in a single turn, or if the wolves maybe pop off. Who knows? Never say never. But it is looking pretty hard. Oh, I got loads of space to the right. I don't know why I didn't think that. I could probably push it a little bit more like that. I don't know why I went crazy like that. I've got all this space over here. I forgot that I've actually got my camera pretty high at the moment. You can't see those hardly at all there, right? Loads of space up here. Cool. There we go. Chest. Oh, I've already pressed it. I mean, there is some traps, I guess, if I can kind of get them, or, well, not traps, but wormholes? Is that what they call them? Just wormholes? Thing is that they move so quick. It's kind of difficult to force them into the wormholes. More water. More rocks. I guess getting the chest would be an okay result, wouldn't it? The wolves can help. The wolves will probably end up just getting themselves killed by a Chaos Demon. That's how I feel like this is gonna go. It's gonna be, yeah, the wolves can help, and then they're just, no, they've just died to an attack 5 times 2 by a Chaos Demon. Okie dokie. Is that the whole layout of the scenario? I think it is, except for enemies. So I still need to add another 2 burrowing blades. Yes, because 1 would not be egregious enough. Seems like this is a pretty hard solo scenario. Yeah, like 2-player scenario, sorry. Like, if you were playing, I guess if you were playing 3-player, you'd have an extra regular Chaos Demon and an elite burrowing blade. If you're playing 4, you'd have 2 extra Chaos Demons and both the burrowing blades would be elite. I guess it's fair, it's reasonable. pretty similar. Burrowing blades are actually very easy to kill as well. They just have that pierce, which is kind of annoying. Okay. So I still have 2 lots of movement left. I think that what we'll try and do here is I think we will probably just move back. I mean, I suppose I could push him into that trap, right? Do I want to go super aggressive with this? Is it a trap or is it hazardous terrain? I think it might be a trap. You know, that would be a pretty interesting start. I could go and push him into the trap. I have enough movement. And I'm not probably going to get another opportunity to do that. But I will also be putting myself massively in harm's way. Would I? What's the Burrowing Blade doing? Focus the enemy furthest away. Doing that move 4 attack 1 thing. With wound. So basically I'll end up with like an attack 1. I also have attractive bracelet, so I could like do some real big brain stuff here. Is it a trap or is it a hazardous terrain hex? Might make up my mind for me. It looks like a trap. I'm pretty sure it is. Hazardous terrain is, yeah, it's a trap. Hazardous terrain is the fire symbol. Okay, so and trap damage is what, 4? Kind of interesting. I'm sure I can make something work here. I have 2 movement left, or 3 with my boots. Because I'm also feeling like these traps could absolutely just kill one of the burrowing blades. It might be a really clean way of killing a burrowing blade. Bearing in mind that I've got wound on here, so I could like try and get him. Man, I really wish that Lava Bomb was range 4. See, is this? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Good to have you here. What kind of trap? It's just a damage trap, I believe. It's just a regular old damage trap. It didn't say anything in the key. Maybe it says it here. It is a damage trap. Yeah, damage trap. It just feels like too good to pass up. Such a good opportunity. Oh, I'll tell you what I could do. How much movement do I have? I have 2 left, right? I could have my boots to go to 3. 1, 2, 3. Push this guy into this trap. Attack this to get wound and hazardous terrain. And then on its turn, like an attractive bracelet, pulling it through that. which would then kill it. But then I'm like, just like, okay, I'm just resigned myself to take 2 attack 5s. Not really great. What movement have these guys got? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can kind of get away from it, can't I? Man. This is really tough. It's such a tough call. If I push, right, let's figure this out. If I go here and I push this into here, right, that means I'm going to be attacked by the ordering of everything. This is going to go first. It's going to move to here. So I get attacked for 4, sure. Then this one's going to be like, okay, I can't get over this. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 here. This guy is going to go move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. Get here, so it will be able to attack me. And then this is going to go 1, 2, 3, can't get you. So it'll just move to like here. So then they'll all be gummed up like around here, which would not be too bad. I've ended up taking 1 attack of 5. Oh, with advantage, by the way. 1 attack of 5 with advantage. I can't take that. I mean, I have to. I have no choice. I have to take at least 1 of them. The other option is that I push him into a trap. It does 4 damage. I think I have to jump back. Oh man, that sucks so bad though. It would have been so good. That really blows. I think I just have to though. I have to jump back 1. I have to do a lava bomb. +1. So that's going to be 3 damage with wound poison and make fire. You know, like it blows, but I just don't see any other option here really. And I'm probably going to end up having to burn a card or something because now these guys are coming at me. I guess I could have said, hey, I go... No, I don't. It's just as it is what it is. All right. This could be the end of us, really. I could choose to get rid of the wildfire, I suppose, as part of this. That could be in the card that I choose to lose here, right? Because it's in my active area. I can choose to lose a card. Active area technically classified as your discard, though, right? For purposes of burning a card. Maybe damage, page 38 maybe. Doesn't say. I believe that cards in your active area are technically considered to be in your, like they're not in your hand. I think you can discard them though to your discard to burn them. Don't think I can lose it because of the Pyroclast special rules. I can optionally get rid of the wildfire. Absolutely. I don't feel like the pyro class specifically has a rule where they cannot do it. It says you can only do so for cards with mandatory persistent bonuses. That isn't a mandatory persistent bonus, so I think it would be exempt from that anyway. Hey, since you're on the game, but you're using the app and it does not include the loot option. What am I doing wrong, or is there an option you need to set? Well, I'm using Gloomhaven Secretariat, not Xhaven. I can't speak for Xhaven if that's what you're using, Calgroth. Are you definitely using Secretariat? It has an exclamation point. On the bottom of the card it does. Like there it does. But that is not this action, right? This is what's in play. This is a different part of the ability. Next to the persistent, which I don't know what you mean. Oh, this. I don't think, no, every burn has that on it. This is more of the point, I think. Every single one, I think, has that. I'd have to check other characters. Either way, I'm not going to do it anyway, because I'm pretty sure it's not in my hand, so it doesn't really matter. We're not doing it. So it was worth maybe looking up, but it's fine. Let me just take my beatings. I think we probably lost this scenario, but we'll see. +1, that's 6. We got 6, so we have to burn a card. Oh, I didn't put a hazardous train down, did I? I should have done it. Where am I on the puzzle book? I haven't touched it since we last looked at it, to be honest. It is the one element of the game that I really couldn't care about less, to be honest. And I'm actually a little bit pissed off that I have to engage with it. Sure. I need to do it to progress the campaign and unlock various things. Yeah, I know. I have to do it. That's why I don't like it. I'd rather it be like a cool Easter egg for those people who may want to use it. I'm personally not interested in it. Yeah, I will probably use Dwarf's clues to just, you know, get it done. But like, I just don't really approve of it being in the game. It's like the one part of the game that was a cool Easter egg in Gloomhaven. Like it was there if you wanted to try and do like a bit of a puzzle, and it was nice and it was a bit meta and a bit kind of like you got a unique reward for doing it. And it was like a little mystery thing, like a little Easter egg hunt for players. Weaving it into the story as something mandatory, I think is, again, like the game not playing to its strengths. I get very fed up sometimes with Gloomhaven, Frosthaven, with the game not playing to its strengths, where it's like the strengths is this, what we're doing right now, playing the game. It's got a really intricate combat system, really great skill system and ability card system with the characters. This is what this game shines at and is the best at that I've ever played. It is not the best puzzle game I've ever played, and it never will be. And I have no interest in playing this for a puzzle game. I would rather just get on to the next dungeon, please. That's what I want. And I find like it's, you know, some people will like it, and maybe if I was playing cooperative, I'd have a slightly different outlook on it, because maybe like the two people in my group that do like those kinds of things could run off and maybe do it between scenarios, and it would be fine. But as a solo player, I'd love to have the option to not have to do it at all. But I know, like, you know, it's whatever. Probably the broad amount of people enjoy it, so therefore it's worth having there. But for me, it's not. If I was playing multiplayer and I could just palm it off to the other people in my party and they could come up with the results between sessions, great. But I'm not, so I can't. Right, Hive, we are long resting, right? So this is good. 1, 2, 3. We will get a little attack off. So it's going to be an attack of 2. 3 with the poison 4. It's a good start. We are going to heal. Very nice. Get rid of something. We really just need to like ramp right now, don't we? Time to ramp. So there's novel bags type puzzle and Frost as well. No, it is a mandatory part of the game. So there's a puzzle book that you need to complete sections of it in order to unlock the next part of the story. And the game kind of drip feeds you a couple of clues, and then eventually you kind of get the puzzle book and you go through it. So unlike where Envelope X was optional, which I was absolutely fine with, because it's there for people to engage with. But if, like, for example, we haven't done our homework and done the puzzle book, then we always had another scenario we can go and play and continue the story. Frosthaven, there is a hard stop where if you do not progress the puzzle book, you cannot progress the campaign. And that's my issue. In my opinion, that should never have been the case. And Dwarf's done a good job of rectifying it, but it's not Dwarf's job to do that. Like, that, in my opinion, should have been a decision that was made by Isaac and the team at large. And they should have said, is this okay? Like, we've really kind of just given people a puzzle when a lot of people are buying a role-playing, like, you know, dungeon crawler game where they just want to go and fight baddies and, you know, play cool abilities and collect loot. Like, that's what a lot of people like, and that's what we've done. I don't really get why they decided that. I can get why they wanted to elaborate on Envelope X, because it was fun and it was a nice Easter egg and it's kind of cool, but it was because it was optional. I just don't really understand why it was made mandatory. So it's like a mandatory quest to do the puzzle book. I like what you did there. It's just like, it's just, I don't understand the decision. I mean, I'm not gonna labor the point, but What to get rid of? Maybe the Leaper, but the Leaper is the only card that I have that could potentially get me to the treasure chest. That if we lose this, we at least have a treasure chest, you know? I would say probably Launch Pad or Launch Pod is probably the only thing I'm not going to play now. Because it's just an attack 3, and everything else is kind of better than an attack 3. The only thing that's got going for it is a bottom transfer, which could come in super clutch at a certain point. I do have bottom transfers on other things, but it's just not quite as good. The only other thing would be to get rid of remote control, which also seems like maybe an okay thing to get rid of here. Because I'm only like giving a summon another attack. But I could get like, you know, I could get wound or something like that up. Let's get rid of remote control. We need to go hard, I think, this next bit. We really, really need to go hard. Got the Warden's Robes as well. There's a window, but it's just rapidly closing. What card did I end up getting rid of? Melted Armor, yeah. Like right now, jamming the door seems like a pretty good idea, except for the fact that Burrowing Blades actually can do ranged and just be really annoying. I also haven't been consuming elements hardly at all on the Pyro, which is kind of weird. Guess maybe to be expected, I don't know. I think we set ourselves up for potentially a nice turn in the following turn, but I don't know what we can do right now. I have to hope that this Chaos Demon doesn't go super early here. Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. That could be game. Possibly game. I'm not quite sure how I come back from this. Oh dear. I mean, the hounds are going to get stuck in, but they're way too late to the party now. How much movement does it have? 5. Range 2. Well, I guess it would just go here, actually, wouldn't it? Probably. Let's go attack Pyro. I wanted to go earlier on the Hive, but I couldn't do it. I mean, I guess I could have gone on 12, but it was such a suboptimal turn just to go early. Okay. And I get wounded too, and I lose the fire. Seems good. Dead. Yeah, there we go. I think that's it, chat. That's 2 cards from my discard. Yeah, I think that's it. Good effort, I think, but I think I'll just try and get the chest now. It's a shame. Like, I would have liked to have completed this scenario, but kind of is what it is. Well, at least we get to take a turn. One, two, three, four, five. 2, 3, 4. Do I particularly like retiring both characters at the same time? I feel like starting with 2 brand new characters every time makes things harder. Yeah, it definitely does make it harder. But yes, I do like it because then I can get a clean break on my in my stream. Because otherwise I would be having to take like extra streams all the time to retire. I wouldn't be making progress. It just works well to just be like, 1 stream, let's look at the characters, let's select who we're playing, and then let's play. Yeah, it's probably not ideal from like a difficulty gameplay perspective, probably not, and also not really what the game, you know, designers intended to happen. So everyone's always retire at the same time, but it just works well for my stream, so I sort of take one for the team in that respect. Yeah, they're all done now, right? Right, Pyro. I guess I just get a poison up on something. Yeah, just get wound and poison up on something. Guess the thing is that do I try and go for the battle goal or not? Let's not bother going for the battle goal. I'm very sure Chaos Demons can heal themselves too, so the poison and wound might be not as well placed. So we'll use our Crude Spear and our Spyglass here. And we'll attack this guy for 3. I think I was disadvantaged, right? Yeah, so I just draw 1. Four. So 4, but they have 3 shield, right? Oh, only 2 shield. That's okay then. So we do 2 damage. That's fine. It's pretty good actually. I guess it's the elites who have the extra one. It's just really annoying because I felt like I had a... This is like another thing, like, I felt like I had a really great opportunity opening the door to do something in this room, but I just couldn't do it. And like, it was just so... I was just dead if I did it there and then at that point in time. Another thing with Frosthaven that's kind of... Like, it's better and worse in some ways, right? Not having the visibility on rooms... It's good because you have that surprise of when you open a door and you get something cool happen. But it's kind of frustrating when like you kind of go like, oh yeah, I've got a really good turn here, but I can't do it because the enemy's just gonna crack back and screw me over, right? I could burn the bomb and double damage. No, I couldn't. On your next attack, targeting an enemy occupying hazardous terrain, double the value of the attack. I feel like playing Frosthaven a second time would be a very different experience. The way that I would describe it is it's kind of like the Prime Demon mission, except every other mission is the Prime Demon mission. So in Gloomhaven, the Prime Demon mission, for those who don't know, is one where essentially you kind of need to lose the scenario to understand what the scenario is doing before you can win it. Especially if you're trying to keep yourself spoiler-free by not reading ahead, you're trying to be self-disciplined. It's kind of like a gotcha moment where you open it and you go, oh, and then you know the scenario kind of will very rapidly just spiral out of control, and you will be like, I don't know how we do this. Like you'll get so caught on the back foot from what the scenario is trying to do that you'll be like, I can't do this. So it's almost like you need to play it once to fail it, to understand what's going on in the scenario, to then be like, great, I know where everything is, I know what I can do, what I can't do. Great, let's go in with a plan, right? And then you have that nice strategizing and that plan. And Frosthaven deals you that, but much more regularly, where it feels like you are constantly backpedaling or having to adjust because the scenario is throwing a curveball at you. Every other scenario or every other room where you feel like you can't quite play your character exactly as you would want to because you don't have that perfect information to open doors and know where you're going. But also, even if you did, the enemies will draw something that will be like, okay, this is really bad for me. It's far too risky, so I have to pull out of what my plan was. And that's a combination of a few things. There's a combination of that hidden information not being sort of as hidden anymore. But there's also the, that's part of it, but there's also the fact that the general nerfing of certain abilities like stuns, disarms and stuff like that, or the less prevalence of them in the character's abilities means that you opening a door, it's a lot harder for you to have a good plan on opening a door now. You can open a door in Gloomhaven and for the most part, you know, the enemies will be a distance away from the door. You could go invisible in the door. You could go in and stun an enemy that's really close and then like hunker down and be okay. There's multiple things you could do, but it feels to me often in Frosthaven, I just don't have that. And maybe that's a symptom of me playing two-player. I don't have a character who's like really good at doing that. So maybe it's just that, yeah, you just don't, you know, my mix of characters that I've picked has not been very well suited. That's completely possible. But I also just feel like it's like, oh, I really want to be able to have that really cool turn. Like that makes my character feel really powerful. But a lot of the time the numbers and like the stuff just doesn't quite add up now. Like I don't quite have that, oh yeah, I can't quite do that thing that I would love to do this ability because it's born for doing like walking into a room and blowing stuff up. But if I do that, then yeah, it's pretty good. And I do like 3 damage to like 4 things, which is really good. But then I also get hit for 20 damage. So I die. So yeah, I can't really do that. So there's like these, like it's tricky. It's really tricky. So far, none of the ones you match Angry Face or come close. Yeah. The curveball is the Chaos Demons. They're more overpowered than sure. Yeah, Chaos Demons are pretty hard. The curveball is we're gonna hit you with quite a dangerous final room, which I kind of assumed was going to happen because of the nature of the scenario. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not playing like perfectly yet. I'm still learning these characters, right? And this scenario is not over yet. I still feel like I have a little window to be able to do some stuff, but it is it's kind of like it's closing. Like the window is closing on this scenario a little bit. And I feel a little bit frustrated on my Pyro because my Pyro is supposed to be the easy one to play. And yet I feel like the Pyro is the one that I'm actually struggling to get stuff together. Like I kind of get what Hive's doing. And I quite like it. But Pyro should be like, I'm playing Crackheart 2.0 with cool extra abilities. But at the moment I feel like I'm playing a harder to execute Crackheart that is just like, you know, glass for the most part. I mean, I have got cards that I could play for more tank. And yeah, and again, maybe I'm just not there yet with the characters. So I don't want to, like, you know, play too harshly into it when I'm struggling with learning the characters anyway. I think I should have used more of the wolves. Well, I did. I got a bit scared after the one big thing that I did was I put an obstacle here in this room, which kind of blocked movement for a while. So the wolves got kind of tied up. I could have used the wolves more, but also I was very worried about them just dying to one attack. You know, I guess if they die, I die, it's indifferent, but I actually used them quite a lot in the first room to tank some hits. So I don't feel like I did a poor job using them in the first room. Second room, maybe not so much, but this room was designed to be difficult for them because, hey, here's a bunch of difficult terrain, and here's an obstacle in the middle of the room that will stop them from probably being able to move for a decent amount of time. So, you know, this room was meant to slow the wolves down. It was designed to slow the wolves down. Right, my Jackal mech needs to take its turn, right? So it's going to attack. Boop. -1, so that's 2 because of the poison. You know, we're doing decent damage here to this Chaos Demon. I'm feeling like kind of optimistic about that. Do I have line of sight to this guy? I think I probably do. Yeah, screw it. I mean, I guess I could always move here and go and do it anyway. Yeah. We're using the tricorner hat. So we'll attack number 1 first off. For 3. Oh, wrong deck. Nearly. For 3. So 3. And then the other one. 2. Alright, so this one's dead. You know, we could still win this, but I just feel a little bit frustrated that I can't get it going on the Pyroclast. But it has only been 2 scenarios, so maybe I'm just need to give it time. Okay. Focus on the enemy furthest away. And what's it? Move. It's 5. Curse and muddle everything at range 2. Well, that kind of blows. Curse and muddle. A lot of curses in the Hound's deck now. Thinking just like the first time with the Trapper and the Deep Rave. Yeah, Trapper and Deep Rave did not click straight away either. Yeah. That's true. Very true. I mean, look, like, there's only 3 enemies on the board. You'd think, looking at, you know, we outnumber them right now. You know? You'd think we'd have a pretty good chance of doing it. I would hope so. Right, so we have to short rest on the pyro here. We'll get rid of this. Whether or not I can get rid of it, I don't really care. I'm gonna get rid of it. Whether or not I'm allowed to. Well, actually, when you short rest, you can get rid of any of yours persistence anyway. That is a thing.
A year and a quarter. We're crossing the border. Into year 2, whoopity. Less than 3 for you.
Hiya, Pelican. Thank you so much. 15 months, buddy. Thanks so much for the resub. Appreciate ya. The quest continues, my friend. Hope you're doing awesome. Alright. That's fine. Well, we have to take whatever, right? Pretty much here. It is what it is. Well, this could end up okay, I guess. Okay, so first up, we've got the Jackal. Where are you going? Towards the Chaos Demon. Which is okay. That's kind of what I wanted. So you're going to attack the Chaos Demon here for 2. 2. And a wound. Very cool. Then I'm going to do something maybe a little bit crazy. I am muddled, but I'm feeling like maybe I should just do it. I'm just going to do it. I am going to transfer... We've actually got the Hounds with the Pierce ability too. Look at that. Perfect. Great timing for that. So I've done my transfer. Then we are going to go for it. Attack 2, and then attack 4, all with +1. And all muddled. Joy. One of these is going to land, right? So the question is, do we go for the attack 4 first? What's our deck look like? I mean, we're whatever right now, right? We've got minuses, we've got pluses, we've got curses. We've got 2 curses in here. I guess maybe I try and flush out the curses. So let's go for attack. Let's just go for a regular attack 3. Flush them curses out. Ah! Okay, I've drawn too many cards. It's fine. We just put that back. Okay, so that's 2 damage. So first attack, 2 damage. Next attack, another, so 3. So -1 was our first, -1 should be our first draw. Our second draw, it's a +1. So again, another 2 damage. This is pretty bad, because now we're going to do the 4 with all of the curses in. I guess I should have done the 4 first. Maybe I save that. Do I save it? I mean, I'm going to be constantly muddled, though. Nah, let's just do it. Let's do it. Miss. Get it out of the way. Knew I should have done it first. Statistically, I probably should have done it first, right? I don't know. Did I already pull the 2 blessers that I bought? No, I didn't actually, and I don't know if they're actually in there at all. That's a great question. I added them to the deck, but I don't know if they're actually in there. I mean, we can look now, right? Oh no, we drew the curse, so I can't look. Oh, I flipped the ×2. Actually, yeah, I can look. We flipped the ×2. Let's look. No, they're not in there. Game is jipping me. I'm pretty sure I added them on the app before we finished, so that's a bit surprising. It's a bit annoying that that hasn't carried over. I mean, I'd have to check. Maybe I didn't add them, but I swear I thought I did. Right, Pyro's time to shine. Or not. Pretty much everything has wound right now, right? Only number 3 does not. Well, that's handy. So let's use Force of Earth to attack it for 1. But then pull it for 2. It's going to take 3 damage from the wound, from the trap. Sorry, 4 damage from the trap. And then I could just wound it to ensure the kill. I mean, the other one is already wounded too, or I could go get the loot. I mean, the scenario is probably fairly safe at this point in time. Let's get the loot. I mean, I could wound it, but it's going to be attacked for 2 with PS2 anyway. And it's only got shield 2. So, like, yeah, I'm going to get the loot. We've got to try and get that chest. Maybe we'll end up winning this after all. Didn't the attack also do damage? I don't think so. He had shield 2, right? And I think I just drew a... And it was a +1 draw, wasn't it? Or no, +0 draw? I have shield 2, right? I don't think I did any damage there. And his muddle? Oh yeah, and he's muddled. Yeah, cool. That could be useful for sure. All right, Pyro, you did your thing. I got the loot. I was going to say, the other thing I could have done is I could have got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I could have used the attractive bracelet to pull the Chaos Demon into this, which would have been kind of funny. But we got the loot. It's fine. I feel like loot's probably better at this point in time. Right, Hounds. Hounds, I need you to dominate. Let's go. Right. Elite. Number 6. Boom. Oh, is that dead? That's dead. Right? It's an attack. 3. Yeah, but it's dead. Absolutely slaughtered them. Well, there you go. They came up with the goods. At the end, they came up with the goods. Wow. Uh, 6 damage to the hive. Yikes. 6, 7, 8. I'm not dead. I'm very nearly dead. Gonna take 2 from the jackal. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Okay, Pyroclast is long resting. Yep. Long resting on 1 HP with wound, 2 cards in discard. Like the hero he is. So we're short resting on hive here for sure. And we need to just get over towards the chest and kind of hope that we get two turns to pick up the chest. Like, the wolves don't kill the Chaos Demon this round. It's a bit... It might be a bit of a long stretch. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a stretch, I think. But maybe we can do it. That might be okay. Because they're kind of blocked by me a little bit here, huh? All right, no big pulls here. You can enjoy your curse now. I give you permission. -2, pretty good. So that's going to be 1 damage. You're going to move 3. Getting close. You need to rewatch the early parts. Did the characters feel good this time? Hive, I would say more so. Pyroclast, still not quite functioning right. I thought I had a really good opening in the second room here, where I used Igneous Path to just put a bunch of hazardous terrain here to block it up. But it just didn't. It just ended up that we killed the things pretty quickly with just the wolves and with our hive. So, like, it ended up feeling like a, you know, thanks for participating, Pyro, but you didn't really need to do anything. You could have probably just chilled at the back of the room. That was kind of unfortunately how it felt. Right, repair drone. It's got range 3, right? Yeah. And then it's going to heal. Funnily enough, it could heal the Pyro. I mean, it would heal the Pyro, right? Dang it. I guess it would. He's alive! I mean, he doesn't die at the beginning of his turn, at least. Yeah, so like, I don't really want to... I just gotta hope that it doesn't draw like a ×2 or something. I think. I mean, I could attack it there, but if I do, I don't get the chest. I'm just gonna run and get the chest and just hope it all works out, chat. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, it does. I don't know. Yeah, so it's just gonna attack for 5, right? Six, 7. Oh no, 2 retaliate. Oh, it dies to retaliate. Oh, okay, it's over. I forgot about the retaliate. I might just go get the chest anyway. I might just say I got the chest. I won't tell anyone if you don't. I can use the bracelet. Yeah, but even if I use the bracelet, it's still going to attack the hound because it's close. It's closest. I don't have the, like, even if I pull it here, it will still attack the hound. Use the bracelet on the chest. Okay, I got you. Oh, the chest's turn. We pulled it 4 spaces closer. I got you. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good to me. Blech. I want to see what's in the chest. So, you know, I'm not going to play this scenario ever again, so. Very cool. Success! Actually, you know what? We did pretty well in the end. We actually won the scenario. Obviously, we wouldn't have got the chest, but we won the scenario. So I'm pretty happy about that. Everyone says that Pyro is the strongest class in Frosthaven, but you feel like it doesn't look so powerful on its face. You haven't played it yet, but you don't have any basis to actually judge. I can absolutely see that it could be the strongest, or one of the strongest. Like, the raw power level is definitely there, but at the moment, I'm just not finding a rhythm with it, and that's all it is. Like, if I find a rhythm, or maybe like level 3, we suddenly get a card that sets us up immediately, and then we're rolling, right? It's a bit like playing triangles at level 1. It's like, you just kind of like, if you don't play a certain way, it just feels a bit rubbish. But then if you do play that way, and then you're forced off of that plan, you know, you can get derailed. But once you get to like, you know, a few levels, and you get a little bit more items that can give you element generation, or a little way to kind of get you going, that one extra turn that you kind of need, or half a turn that you need to just kind of get it going. Like, for me, it would just be some more hazardous terrain. Just some way that I can kind of unconditionally place some hazardous terrain around fairly quickly. Like, that would be, like, if I can get some kind of ability to do that, then suddenly the character will open up, because then all of my other cards will suddenly be kind of turned on. But at the moment, it feels like I'm putting it underneath you, and then you're moving off of it immediately every time. And it feels a bit rough. Maybe I should be going really late, putting it underneath them, and then going early and then taking advantage of it. Probably. And I haven't been playing my tempo very well. So it could just be a bit of that as well, that I just haven't played the rhythm of the character particularly well. With the go late, put hazardous terrain underneath you, go early, take advantage of that. And maybe I haven't been doing that enough so far. Anyway, so let's have a look at what's in the chest, shall we? Number 25. Oh, we can press it on the app. Wow. Okay. Well, I don't feel so bad about, like, Cheating. We get 1 death cap and 1 flame fruit. Wow. Is it like a random one or something? No. Is it just like gain 2? Oh, it could be like gain 2 loot cards. Is it 2 loot cards or something? So that's why it's just giving me that. Could be. No, it is specifically a death cap and a flame fruit. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I mean, we're gonna need potions, so we're trying to unlock more stuff on the alchemy board. So I'm happy with that. We got trying to do those 3 herb combos. Okay, 30.3. Let's read the conclusion.
After a quick sweep of the cave, ensuring no more demons are around, you begin to make your way back outside. The wolves all wag their tails and howl, a victorious call for their hero. You kneel to say goodbye to Wolfie, who licks you and lets you pet its belly. Then you stand up and leave Wolfie behind, heading back to Frosthaven with a single tear in your eye.
Oh. Oh, that old Wolfie. Well, there he goes, back where he belongs. The rewards are gain 15 experience points each, which unfortunately, I don't think are going to really do anything for us because we're going to get immediately to level 3 from the prosperity when we get back. But, I guess them's the breaks. Made him cry. Wolfie's just fine. He's just fine. I would have liked a little event there. Maybe they would have put like Wolfie as a summon or something in the event deck. Because I think we've had that, right? Didn't we have like a road event where we found a companion to like have in our party? I think we got one of those. It would have been cool to actually had Wolfie as a little companion in the scenario for a little while. Maybe it was just because I basically went straight into that scenario after finding him, but I didn't really have any opportunity to build up much of a rapport with Wolfie. We kind of like, you know, our relationship was very fleeting. We found him in a treasure chest, and then we had to take him out to go to the toilet, and then he ran off, and then we had this scenario. A Wolfie item would be nice. Yeah, a little summoning item, right? I haven't actually seen any summoning items yet. I mean, they must be in the game, but I don't think I've actually seen a summon item yet. Right, super quick outpost phase, shall we? I think we'll probably buy some nice bits. We want to get some nice boots for our hive, I think. So we'll get some leather and stuff. And see how we do. Also, we did the challenge. Yay! And I think we actually another perk on our challenges. I think it might be. You go there, you go there. Let's go here. Right. I didn't use the items very much as well at the moment. I've been doing a poor job of remembering my items. Just in general, I feel like I always kind of just get stuck. My head gets stuck in the cards sometimes. Especially early on when you're learning them. Get the most bad perf of the town could be the best event. I mean, I guess that would be kind of interesting. Yep, so we get that. So that will be... Let me just update this. Right, yeah. What do we get? Replace one -10 card with one +30 and one -20. Gain any one material resource card. I mean, the natural one to get here would be to replace 2 +0 cards with 1 +10. I mean, you're just getting rid of 2 cards that potentially make you not win for a card that makes you win. Replace 2 +10 cards with 2 rolling +10 gain advantage on this target cards. That's maybe okay. Add 1 +30. Add 2 rolling +0 gain 1 hide cards. Add 2 rolling +0 gain 1 lumber cards. I mean, that seems quite good actually. Because if they're rolling, there's a good chance we'll draw them anyway. I guess we should thin the deck first, though. Yeah, let's do this one. It's kind of boring, but it is the one that, like, I would do. So we're going to replace 2 +0s with 1 +10. They just put the super boring events, maybe. Like, yeah, we'll give you a really super boring event for getting the, to punish you for getting the statistically better option for succeeding at attacks. Right, so that is 91.4. I guess we do that now before we do the event. Sure. $91.4. 91.4. Doo-doo, doo-doo. $1.4. All right. All right, let's hear it.
A knock at your longhouse reveals a guard you recognize from the battlements, hat in hand. You invite him in to get out of the cold night air.
I'm not sure where else to turn. My wife is expecting, but the baby hasn't arrived yet, and I think I know why.
The guard looks fragile without his armor. With a hitch in his voice, he mumbles.
Do you believe in being cursed?
A sigh heaves through his chest.
I was at my post in the guard tower last month, and I looked out into the forest. There was a woman out there. I could barely make her out against the snow. Transparent.
Ooh.
Dressed all in white. Looked Almost like a ghostly Aster, if you'd believe that.
He grips his hat tightly, refusing to look at you.
She didn't have a face. Just pits where her eyes could have been. And this trickle of blood ran out of them.
He shudders.
She floated right up, tapped my forehead, and it was gone. I told the other guards, but they didn't believe me. But I can feel it. She cursed me. And my wife and child are going to pay the price.
He pulls out a satchel of gold coins.
I don't have much, but I'll give you all I have to lift this curse and save my family before it's too late.
Like gold. Rewards, new scenario, the Lady in White, 86. Another side scenario. Nice. I like stacking these up, so we've just kind of got them ready to go. And like, if any of you guys know of any good ones, so just let me know. Any ones that are like, oh yeah, that would be a good one to go do. It's a fun one. 86. Another Frosthaven one. I guess in a weird way, is it a good idea to do loads of Frosthaven scenarios in winter to avoid drawing from the winter road deck? I mean, there are like good events in there, but it's an interesting conundrum. I didn't really think about it before. What was in the chest? It was a death cap and a flame fruit. Done that one. I swear I've done this one. I guess it's an easy way to check. Have I shuffled the events in? Oh no! Maybe it's just very similar to another one. Maybe it's just very similar to another one. Alright, votey time. You feel like it's the Winter Outpost deck is worse than the Road deck? Yeah, I was wondering if that's actually a thing, because you kind of don't want to discourage people from drawing from the Road event deck, because there's quite a lot of good story content in there. You don't want to make it that bad. You know, because if you do, then just nobody will do it, and then, or you'd avoid doing it, and then maybe you'll miss out on some really nice content in the game. Right, Summer Outpost event, number 9.
I'm trying to explain that's the very root cause of all this. They're not aggressive by nature.
Violet, the local lurker researcher, is pleading on the street with Mayor Suther.
Right. And they have terrifying claws and razor-sharp protrusions because they're peaceful.
Suther is having none of it. Violet is nervously balling up her purple scarf, clearly on the verge of a breakdown.
Please, you have to understand. My research suggests...
Yo, Research suggests the capital is willing to waste resources. Resources that could be better put to use, protecting the people of this outpost from those same lurkers you so desperately want to repaint as benevolent. I'll be confiscating your supplies for the defense effort.
Ooh.
Option A. Come to Violet's aid. There's more to the lurkers. Option B. Back up Satha's assessment. Lurker research is a waste of resources.
Option A or option B, everybody? Option A, come to Violet's aid. There's more to the lurkers. Option B, back up Satha's assessment. Lurker research is a waste of resources. Hey, Kira. Long stream today. Yeah, it's just ended up going a little bit longer today. The scenario took a little bit longer than I thought it would, to be honest. Kind of like the thing with the two new characters, there's a lot of like, I have to go into the tank quite a bit as I'm trying to learn the patterns for the cards and stuff. So what are we doing? Are we going to Violet's aid, or are we backing up Satha's assessment? Option A, we like lurkers. Option B, I guess we don't like lurkers so much. Oh, option A wins out. We liking lurkers.
A. You intervene in the heated discussion and provide some reports from the field. Yes, the lurkers can be an impressive adversary, but there are indications there's more to their actions. Violet is visibly relieved at your help. Satha grunts.
Fine, if you think there's value here. Introduce her to the guard. But if her crackpot ideas don't pan out, I'm holding it against you lot.
Okay. Add Winter Outpost 62 to the deck. Oh, we don't have it. Should we get rid of it? Oh, maybe we have had this event before. It sounded very familiar to me. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong deck. That will be why. Winter Outpost, you fool. You fool. 62. There it is. There it is. Panic over. Panic over, we got it. Your last vote hinted. I was worried we're going to have another tide situation. A lot of ties recently. Okay. Nice. Well, that would have been another tick on that personal quest as well, right? Naming people. Starting to regret not taking that personal quest. I think we already would have done... I think we probably already would have done 3 out of the 8. I guess we might end up going on like a bit of a run of nothing, but it seems like we've been doing pretty well on that. Okay, so we've done that, that's great. So now we are doing building phase. Building. So let's take a look at the main ones that we want to do. We're going to do these, I think. Mining, hunting, logging. I don't think I translated these over, did I, to my sheet? I didn't, no. So we're going to have to just trust what's going on here. Right, so I need to keep 5 gold for donating. So we have... I definitely want to buy this, so that's going to be 16. I definitely want to buy this so I can buy some boots. I think maybe we could buy some stuff on the pyro as well. Possibly get ourselves some metal. Maybe some more hide to craft with. Because we can get those better boots. Or of course, just something to wear. Oh, I can't, if I bought the hide, I can't buy more hide, can I? I guess I just buy... Yeah, and maybe more of this. I mean, I think you kind of always want to buy it, right? Gaining some herbs from the herb garden. In the garden, we currently have axe nuts and corpse caps, which is nice. We actually now have a really good mix of different stuff. If I take these away as well. Oh, I picked up a rock root then too. Nice herb haul. That is a great haul. And then of course that needs to then rotate. And Temple of the Great Oak, we will do this. Oh, we'll donate. Donated twice now. Hopefully it remembers that. If not, we'll have to just do it again next time. Then we don't want any of the other buildings. All good. All right, downtime. Definitely going to go and buy some boots on the hive. That is happening. I feel like we just need a little bit of extra movement. So I'm actually quite keen to just get the same boots as we got on the other characters, really. Or we were talking about maybe like heavy sword or something, weren't we? Let's have a look at our items right now. Yeah, we're begging for a boot or something. Boot slot is open, hand slot is open. Could use flexible slippers. I could just use them when I like long rest. Seems like they would actually be pretty good. But then realistically, I'm just a couple of movement sort of shy. And I think in an ideal world, I want to upgrade to rough boots at some point. because this will work really well with that bottom move ability that I have move 2, transfer, move 2. Because this will give me +1 on all of my move abilities. So essentially I would go move 3, which is really good. So I feel like the ultimate goal would be to get rough boots. Yeah, let's just buy standard weathered shoes for now. Or crude boots. Crude boots. You finished the namespeak here in the minimum 8. Every single Outpost phase, there was something. Yeah, I kind of figured that I'm in the thick of it now, so maybe it would have happened. The thing is as well, though, is that part of me doesn't necessarily want to always like do them really quick. Because if I do them really super quick, then I haven't had enough opportunity to play the character. Like if I did it in 8, that's what, 9 scenarios or something? Right? Because you would do, I guess, no, because I guess the 8th would trigger when you come back. So it's only like 7 scenarios or something. Like it feels like I would maybe complete the characters a bit too quick, and then I wouldn't feel like comfortable doing guides and stuff. Like I would kind of want to play for a little while. You suggest looking into 16 pocket top loader pages? I mean, I have this, but I haven't. This is my Gloomhaven stuff. It's probably need a bigger one. But here's my Gloomhaven one. I just need to take, I've had this like sat by me waiting for me to take the cards out. Yeah, I did it for Gloomhaven, and I've just been really lazy at the moment, and I haven't decanted it. Just because I was like, oh, I occasionally might want to look at it for Gloomhaven purposes. But yeah, to be honest, now I should really get rid of that and put in the new stuff. It's much easier. Yeah, for sure. It's a great idea though, Dispel Knight. It's a great idea. Okay. Do I want to buy anything else? I mean, I guess I could buy a hand item, but I think for the hand items, we were looking at maybe like a bow. Feels a little bit redundant, but it's like literally 1 wood. And it helps. It is just a wood, and it helps, right? Sure. I just need to remember to use them. That's the other key part here. Okay. Pyro, you could do with... Actually, it's pretty legit right now. Is it just a chest slot we don't have? I think it might just be a chest slot we don't have right now. Just a chest slot. So, traveling cloak seems pretty legit. Extra health is obviously quite good for me because I actually like actively damage myself, so. But I do have a nice big heal 5, you know, so like having that extra health pool just to kind of to lean on is probably pretty good. There isn't that many chest slot items to really use, is there? If I don't have ignore negative. Feathered cloak and not yet anyway, at least. We've got a nice hand. Well, it's cured leather armor, I guess. So I would need to get leather armor and then cured leather armor. But I don't have the leather armor. So I would need to buy the leather armor. Which I might be able to do, actually. How much is leather armor from the shop? I can buy one item from the shop now. Oh, hang on, it's not leather armor, it's something else. It's 98 and 4. What? Leather armor is like 130 something. Okay, it's not that then. I can't afford leather armor anyway. What's 4 then? Oh, it's 4 the cloak? No, 3's a cloak. What's 4? I wish they printed the numbers on the front of the cards as well as on the back. I can get kind of why they didn't, but it's a little bit like, ugh. It doesn't help that I don't have a good system going on right now for this. Like I said, get those pockets sorted and this would take me no time at all. Obviously I have it because it's like a starter. And I've already had that item before. Ah, 4. Crude hide armor. Oh, okay. So it's 2 leather. I can do that, right? Oh no, I don't have any leather. I don't have any hide. I forgot I don't have any hide. That's a problem. All right, maybe just forget about it then for now. We'll keep an eye on it, and then we'll get the 2 hide next time. And then we'll get the potion, and then we're good. Yeah, we can get cured leather armor next time. I don't know why, but I forgot that I didn't have any hide at all. So I was just like, I can't really buy anything here. Nothing useful, at least. It's all good. You found a website which displays items. Nice. I've been thinking about putting something together in that respect. Kind of like I've been toying with the idea of, like, I made my spreadsheet, which was just like a really kind of like, you know, hooky way of kind of getting some stuff together for some information for people who are playing Gloomhaven Digital who might be interested in like what's going on behind the scenes sort of thing. Because of course, if you're playing Gloomhaven Digital, you don't know all of the ability cards of all the monsters or their, you know, initiative ranges and, you know, what quest leads to what area and stuff like that. So I've always like thought about creating an actual proper, like a proper website that really hosts like everything. Like take all of the information that I've collected personally, any information that anybody else wants to, make it fairly open for people who want to submit information, and just try and make an actual really good database of just everything to do with Gloomhaven and Frosthaven and Jaws of the Lion and anything else that may come out in the future in the Haven series. Because it's a game that's like crying out for it, and now that we have all of this extra stuff, then there are like parts of it. Like there are websites that do this, and there are websites to do that, and there are like bits that do this. There's like a GitHub that does this, you know, and there's like bits everywhere, but there's no like one central place to go. Which is what I've been like I've been thinking a lot about it. My own like web skills are not like super good though. So I can kind of like make some stuff up, but I'm not like hotshot developer. Make a potion? Yes. I think you're right, Pelican. We should make a potion. We know we're going to want an unhealthy mixture at some point, but we got loads to play with here. Loads. What would be good to use? I mean, we've got everything, so we can do what we want. Let's play a fun game. The potion I get represents me. Okay, well, I better get like something good then. Should we go... Oh, I've already done that. That's the Major Frenzy. I guess I want something a little bit more... A Major Frenzy is pretty good. Arrowvine looks like it's a little bit more kind of supporty. Let's get something from the Thistle then. Let's get Snow Thistle. So let's go Snow Thistle, Flame Fruit, Corpse Cap. Snow Thistle, Flame Fruit, Corpse Cap. Bottom left. Foresight Potion. Ooh. $114. Ooh. During your turn, reveal the top card of one monster ability deck. You may place the card on the bottom of the deck. Huh. Feels like a diviner ability. I feel like this is kind of bad. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of bad. Like the problem with I don't generally like items that are very reactionary. Because the problem is that a lot of the time you're like, when do you use this, right? When do you use it? Do you use it early in the scenario? Do you use it on the first turn? Like, for example, if I was playing regular Gloomhaven, I could see like if I had to set up for a round and you were like, okay, there are cultists in this room. The one thing I don't want them to do is summon, because that would just be so annoying. So you would maybe, if you had a setup turn, you would maybe use this. But then you don't even, it's the next turn. So it's not that turn, it's the following turn. And so, for example, if the enemy flipped a shuffle, it does nothing anyway. Because so beginning of the round, you pick your cards. Cards get flipped. Great. Then you decide, hey, I'm going to reveal the top card of your deck, put it on the top or the bottom. Like, what do you do if you see the shuffle, non-shuffle, if the enemy drew their shuffle, you don't use it because they're going to be shuffling anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, when's the best time to use this? I just don't think this is very good, I'm afraid. My problem with it is that it will work occasionally and you might feel quite good about it, but it really requires the players to be super engaged and switched on when to use it. And even then, it's very situational and it may not even work in the situation that you want it to work in. I just feel like it's not like, I would much rather have a proactive item in this slot that can help me deal more damage, heal me, make an element that could help me give a buff to an ally or myself, or something that is proactively like, this is a good time to use this, definitely, I will use it. Rather than having an item that's probably going to be in your backpack and you're going to be thinking, should I use it now? Should I not use it now? When's the best time to do it? And you get stuck in this kind of weird middle ground where you're like, oh, I could use it now. But then if you forget about it, you're like, oh, I should have used it and I forgot about it. Oh, sorry, everyone. Like, it's a really like, I don't know. I feel like it's just more trouble than it's worth. And realistically, you've got to roll with the punches anyway. I mean, we've been rolling with the punches in this game for how long? Do we really now need an item to interrupt that? I don't know. This is like a good example of, I like the idea because they're messing a little bit with the game formula, but this is like a, I mean, how else do you mess with the game? Like, there's only so much room for items, and item design is difficult now, I think. But I just feel like it's an item that will never get used. Would have worked better as a minor potion. If it was, honestly, if it was like, yeah, if it was a minor potion, I think maybe it might get played. Because also you're not trying to compete with better potions now, right? The thing is that at this point in time in the game, I've unlocked a lot of potions. So this potion is being compared to an awful lot. If this was like one of the first potions that I unlocked, I would probably use it for a while. It would at least get played for, you know, the first few scenarios until maybe I wanted to get something different. But when you're just learning the game and brewing potions and just discovering, it's gonna work. But now I'm like, right, well, it's gotta beat this, right? It's not beating this in any day of the week. So like, it's not happening. So it just, yeah, to me, unfortunately, it's a bit of a miss. That's a nice idea, but it's, you know, there's only so much design space in the game for items, and I feel like items are always going to be the weakest part of the game in terms of like what they can do with them, because it's just like, they have to meet a minimum power level to be even playable, because they have to beat everything else. It's like, imagine if your ability cards, you had like 100 ability cards to choose from, right? There's going to be some that are just trash and you're not going to use them. There's going to be a core amount, but it's like the ability card situation they can fix by balancing, whereas these are just going to be like, well, we don't want it to be too strong. If this was reusable, which would be weird because it's a potion, so potions have never been reusable. But if this was somehow reusable, if this effect was, let's say this effect was on a staff or something, a staff of foresight, and it was reusable, that might be kind of playable. I think people would at least have fun with it. But this is like, no, not happening. If it was reusable, it's too strong. I don't think it would be too strong if it was reusable. Because, like I said, situationally, you could just be, you're not always going to get the card, you're not always going to peel the card off that is the best card to peel off, right? It's not going to happen. And a lot of enemies just go like for example, what's the difference about doing this to an archer? The archer's going to attack you every turn. This card does not stop them from attacking you. There's only like certain enemies that you're like, yeah, it'd be great if I could peel that ability off right now. But if you don't, you don't. Like, it's still a random chance of you peeling the right ability as well. So it's like, I don't know. It's just like, it feels like interaction in the game, but I don't feel like it's meaningful interaction with the game. It feels like it is, but I don't actually think it is. So we'll probably just distill that down and get the snow thistle back immediately. Then we'll brew one more because now we've got that Snow Thistle back. So maybe we'll do Snow Thistle, Axe Nut, Flame Fruit. Oh, actually, I've got a lot of Rock Root and Arrow Vine. Let's do Arrow Vine. Arrow Vine, Rock Root, Flame Fruit. Major Fire Shield. Uh, 105. 105. Okay. During your turn, perform Retaliate 2, range 3. That's pretty good. See, like, imagine the comparison here between these two items, right? This is, I think, pretty usable because it's... You could potentially go super early, shield up, throw this potion out, like look at how many people are attacking you and go, great, I'll use it now. Because you know you're immediately going to get what you want. I know that if I use it on that turn, I've got, oh yeah, I can see that enemy's attacking me, I can see that enemy's attacking me, I can see that enemy's attacking me. Great, that is 6 retaliate damage. Definitely worth burning for 6 retaliate damage. You burn it, right? It's very apparent that that is going to have a really good effect. Pretty much on any character. Like, obviously a tanky character who can maybe roll with it a little bit more and try and get the number of targets up would be quite good. But even like my team here, I could just, you know, play my persistent shield on my my pyro, and then I could like throw something like this into the mix and it wouldn't be that bad. And I'd probably get, you know, 4 damage out of it or something, which is decent. So this is actually like a good example of like you can immediately see where you can use it for good effect, and there's no like, oh, when do I use it? It's like, well, you use it probably when you get attacked by 3 targets or maybe more. 2, you know, maybe less if you want, 2 or 3, but you know, that's probably what it's going to be. Can I do 4 damage with retaliate or more? Yes. Yeah, it's probably not a bad time to use it, unless of course you're playing, you know, 4-player. And maybe you're playing like a dedicated tanky type character. But I feel like those dedicated tanky characters are a little bit few and far between. You know, I don't feel like many characters can stick in there for 4 attacks nowadays. Assuming you have an early initiative. Yeah, of course, yeah. The Foresight can be so much better in a 4-player group than this potion. You're kidding, right? You've got to be joking. The Foresight potion is... The Foresight potion is... I'm going to say it's trash. It's literal trash compared to something like this. The only thing the Foresight potion... Like, you don't even know if you're going to get the good peel. You don't even know, and it's a burn. You have no clue if you are going to get... Unless it's come right the way down to the bottom, but then it doesn't even do anything because it puts it on the bottom. It doesn't get rid of it. It puts it on the bottom, right? It's... You are literally just embracing the full RNG of the game in a different way. You're now going, okay, yeah, I'm going to look at it and, like, as I say, it feels like it's impactful. It feels like it does something impactful, but it makes absolutely no difference if you're playing 2, 3, or 4. You still draw from the same number of ability cards, and you still need to peel that one card, and you have to burn a potion to attempt to do that, right? So it's like, hey, here's a small item that may do absolutely nothing, and you have to take a slot up with it. It may do absolutely nothing. If you're running around with Cloak of Pockets and you've got loads of opportunities to carry lots of small items, sure, you can maybe stomach an item that doesn't do a lot, but actually, in a certain situation, could come up clutch. I totally get that, but not many people are running Cloak of Pockets and running around being able to do that. Most people need every single one of their small item slots to do something to enable their build and what they do on their character in some way, or add damage, add health, or something to enable them to play. Like, that card does not do any of those things. It is literally like oh, let's just see what's going on. Oh, it's a card that I didn't mind was coming next. Great, everybody. Yes, it gives you the option to go, okay, I think the enemy's going to do this and they're going to do that. But you know what the enemy movement values are already. You know what the enemy's attack values are already. You generally know what they are going to do, like roughly. I know what kind of things you can do. Like, it might allow you to maybe move out of the way because someone's going to attack you on the next turn. Possibly. But it's so passive. It's just not worth it. But you're making 8 cards action optimized. The group can easily go ham because of the information. Yeah, but you know, like, the general range. That would be true if the enemy information is completely randomized to the point where you do not know what they're doing. Once you learn the 10 ability cards, I would argue that that potion is then completely irrelevant because you know exactly the kinds of things that the enemies can do. So once you have that game knowledge and information anyway, what is the point? Because you already know what range is. If they've already flipped 1 or 2, you're already down to a certain percentage chance. And you already know, like, okay, this is the kind of range of what they can do. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Use Boots of Speed if you're that worried. Like, I don't buy it. I don't think it's very good at all. And even then, like, okay, oh, we can all go ham now. Oh, but so-and-so doesn't have the initiative to do so because they've already used it that round. Oh, well, unfortunately, we can't min-max it because we do not have the initiatives to be able to min-max it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not... The point is that the information can be used to your advantage in certain ways, but it's so niche that it's just like, I would rather have an item that does damage or that I can proactively use on my turn when it's convenient, rather than sitting there scratching my head thinking, when do I use this? You know? Well, I think we'll just have to agree to disagree, Banker, but I think it's... There may be some classes that can use it that I haven't seen yet. There may be some really nice classes that synergize well with that potion. Could be the case. But on the face of it, a regular class doing regular things has no need for that. Ever, I would argue. Or at least an experienced player would have no need for it ever. I think we'll keep that Fire Shield potion and we'll give it to... Well, I guess I'd probably just give it to Hive for the time being. We need... actually, we should level up now too, because our prosperity's gone up, so... Boom. Oh, there you go. Bang on. So we do level up as well, so we'll just try it. Whenever we would gain wood, prevent the condition. We know that comes up a bit later, doesn't it? But I don't feel like I want it right now. Rolling poison, maybe? Could be really good with summons. But also we could just get rid of the -1s, couldn't we? Yeah, that could move the summons out of the way or something. Yeah, let's get rid of -1s. Well, let's either get rid of -1s or maybe get this. This one also seems kind of okay. I like this one because it will allow us to maybe do the mastery. Or just rolling poison. I mean, just rolling poison is pretty damn good. Let's replace the -1s. Like, nobody likes to draw a -1. Do I have another perk? Oh. No, hang on, that can't be right. I don't have that many perk points. I think I have 2. Yeah, like that. Must have accidentally clicked. Cool. Let's quickly do cards then. Did we win tonight? Yeah, we did. Level 3. Okay. Very quick level up. Living Magma or Hardened Spike. Now at the start of your next 2 turns, perform attack 1. Oh yeah, we said we quite liked that, didn't we? But then we also thought maybe it was a bit... I don't feel like I'm going to be able to use it. So it's best effect. Move one adjacent 1 hex hazardous terrain tile up to 2 hexes. If it enters any hex... That's pretty damn good though. The bottom is really strong. It's basically just 3 damage on the move bottom. Hardened Spike, attack 5, add +1 and gain 1 if the target is occupying hazardous terrain. Now at the start of your next 2 turns, suffer 1 damage. 3, add +1 attack to your next attack this round, targeting enemy adjacent to an obstacle, +3 is... That's also insanely good though. I can't remember which one I said I liked more. I have been complaining that I can't seem to get the terrain in the right places, so maybe Living Magma is the right one. Living Magma, I could like use my boots, I could move 2, I could move it like underneath an enemy, then I could potentially do like the Magma armor or whatever it's called, Magma Strike, on them as well at the same time. That would be pretty neat. Hardened Spike is very strong though. But again, where I'm struggling right now is I'm just not getting... I'm just not getting the hazardous terrain in the right spots. And the bottom of Living Magma seems good for that. You would go Living Magma. Yeah, I tend to agree, Bank, on this one, I think. Like, Living Magma to me just feels like it has a little bit more, like, forgiveness to it. In the terms of the play, like at the moment, I seem to be struggling to get like the tiles where I want them. I put them down and then the enemy just goes, okay, and then just walks away from them. So this way I could actually be like, no, move it, attack. Like I could immediately gain one of those nice bonuses. This might be the kind of situation where you want both. Because obviously this would work quite well with this. You know, move it underneath them, attack them. I'm going to take Living Magma, I think. Also, I feel like the initiative is 22. I guess it's okay. It's not amazing, but let's go for that. Now we need to do... I think we had this one iron on, didn't we? We're going to go for the bolter. I'm pretty sure we were like, bolter all the way, baby. Yeah, we were going bolter all the way. Yeah. Bolter all the way, baby. Nice. This also gives us, I think, a very clear cut, like turn 1, well, not even turn 1, but before our turn, like an active mode. This gives us like a very clear cut, you probably just want this as your active mode. Like, yeah, probably going to be your active mode. And then you can go like launch pod and just fire off like on the first turn. Be pretty cool. Use remote control on it. Oh, on the actual turret itself. Oh, I see. It has innate target 2 itself, actually. Wow, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, it has innate target 2. Yeah, that's crazy good then. Did I get a perk on the pyro? I don't think I did I? Right. Ooh, I like the fact that we have a pretty strong perk deck here, huh? 2 -1s versus 1 -2. I mean, the -2 is sometimes almost a miss against certain enemies, so I guess we get the -2, but I don't know. Maybe it's better to get 2 not so good cards before you get 1 really bad card. Like, you can kind of like... The thing is that if I remove 2 -1s, I'm more likely to draw the -2. Oh no, it's a catch-22, chat. What do we do? Yeah, those perks look really good, Pelican. Definitely want to try and force some more battle goals. They look really good. Cool. All right, well then the last thing we need to do is we need to do stickers and such. Stickers and such. And of course construction, which I think we can probably afford to build something. I think so. I think so. Where is my mind? Where? We do the Hall of Revelry? No, I mean, I want to kind of do the Hall of Revelry, but I also don't want to open something right now. I want to go to bed. That I don't want to build something that's like, hey, read this massive bit of the section book and learn how this works. Oh, no, thank you. Not today. Maybe I'll just build a wall. Sad. Can I upgrade the trading post? Or maybe I just built the carpenter because I kind of know what it does. Like, it's just fine. Did I break my map? Yes, my map is now in 2 halves. Yeah, it's split, unfortunately. Very sad. Pray for me. Did I open envelope 666 but I broke my map? Where is it? Is it like taped to the inside of the insert somewhere? I didn't see that one. Oh, hang on, I need the little sticker sheet with the new stuff on it. that little sticker sheet. If the carpenter gives me a class, I am gonna be mildly... Well, I mean, I'll be happy, but I will not be looking at it. I'll be looking at, that's cool. Carpenter. How much do you cost then? Right, we need 4 wood, 3 metal, 2 hide, 10 gold. Right, well, we've got that. So that's 4 of that. Go on. How much metal? 3. 2 of that. And we need 10 gold from the troop. Ooh, tight. 5 gold each, maybe? Hang on, how much did I have there? Did I have 11? That means we still got enough money to donate, even if we don't pick up any gold in the next scenario. Got 2 scenarios to make some gold, Hive. Do not disappoint me. Yeah, we've donated twice so far, Pelica. Try to do it every single time. Ooh, this sticker's not looking so hot. Oh. It's not coming off. Ah, there we go. Oh, it's because it's a split one. I probably should have done the bottom of this before I did the top of it, because it's not really going to fit, but okay. So, that's definitely the feeling I get enthusiastic when I'll have to do any stickers on a fold in this game. Oh, I've gone like completely off on that. I'm completely off. I am miles off. Hang on, I might be able to restick it. Might have enough time to do that. I'm miles off with that one. Oh no, I did press it down. Oh dear. This might be our new life. I've done so well up to now. Oh, it's coming. Yeah. Careful. Careful. There we go. That's better. There it is. Let's do this sticker while we're here too. 86. The Lady in White. Cool. Sounds like a pretty interesting one. Right, we need to get the building card out and do whatever it says on the building card. Where are you, building cards? Where did I put you? Carpenter. 7.3. Ooh, early one. And an extra prosperity. 7.3. For one gold, the guard is paying for the lady. That's true. I don't know if we'll do a side scenario next time. We might do, I don't know. Kind of digging like doing one-shot scenarios at the moment. Right, 7.3.
A wood carving contest inaugurates the opening of the carpenter's shop. You wander among booths displaying inlaid trinket boxes and cooking utensils, alongside life-size replicas of lurkers and polar bears. The pavilion is filled with the sounds of hacking and sawing. One carpenter is a harrower, whose undulating insect form obscures a large chunk of wood, chipping away with their collective mandibles. Once they recollect themselves into a vaguely humanoid shape, they reveal their project, a to-scale model of Frosthaven.
We will keep adding to it.
They hum at you.
As long as you keep doing so.
With the carpenters, they note, constructing buildings will now be less costly. A few of their insects pick up small cylinders of wood, which they carve instantly into a miniature version of you. They place your model in the center of the Frosthaven replica. After all, the harrower says, it wouldn't have come to fruition without you.
Oh! Add events Summer Outpost 53 and Summer Outpost 60 to the Summer Outpost deck. Alright. 53 and 60. So many events. $53 and 60. Perfect. All right, well, there we go. I believe that is everything we needed to do.
I think still, yeah.
Oh,
Scout
the bless. That's the blessing from Chat.
Yeah.
That's the blessing from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?